issues. And one other thing.
It's not enough to fool yourself anymore. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself anymore. What's the difference between the life we choose and the life we dream? Love us right to let it freeze. Life's too short to know its needs. Learn the symbols. Don't just do what's simple. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself anymore. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself anymore. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself anymore. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself anymore.
Crisis up.
How's it going, everybody? It's Sandwhichpants here today, and well, I got a few things I wanted to go over. Maybe play some video games as well. Probably some Destiny 2 this time. To be completely honest, I'm not feeling like jumping onto some Cyberpunk at the moment. The game is extraordinarily fun, and I do not want to burn myself out by just playing it all the time. So I'm trying to space it out a little bit. Keep it with some mystique, some level of mm, excitement, some of the magic. But on the other end of things, I've been playing Destiny 2 for years at this point. Legitimately years. The other side, okay? You guys liking the new? I just part of the reason I'm late is I made a new seed for my thing, and it took so much longer. All right, so here's my normal uh, scene. I can actually even pull this up, and oh, look at that! It tells me how many viewers I got and everything. It's got my chat off to the side. Not that I ever use it, but so what I've got, uh, just just so you see the initial bit, I've got. So we got the starting soon screen, which it does the song at the beginning, and then over here, see the starting now. It's supposed to say screen, but I got a little antsy when I typed it out, and don't want to change it at the moment. So what I've got going here is if I click this, that's what you hear at the beginning there. And part of the reason it took so long is I had to record that audio, which is actually from a video that I laugh at a lot. It's from a YouTuber called Caleb City. Uh, it's when the homie's choking, but the beat is fire. I think is what the video is called by Caleb City. It's a funny video. Uh, I had to record that in a video form because I can't just download the audio. Uh, and then I had to make some cuts for the to where I wanted it to end, and then to do all that, I had to download a whole other two programs and add them together. It was a little bit of a pain in the ass. It took an extra 15, 20 minutes for me to do, but we're here now. This is what we got. So we got 3 screens. So while y'all are waiting for me to actually get here ready to start, you've got the starting now screen, starting soon, which is this one, and then when I'm about to go, when I'm about to switch over to be live, you got. Now, if I to fix the starting now screen, I'm going to be adding uh, images to it and stuff, so that we have like a cool little animated thing for their sandwich pants stream for the whole branding, I guess, essentially. But I need to get a new logo and figure out how to animate it and everything like that. Like, there's so much work that I'm gonna have to put in to be able to do any of this. Or if we have any comrade animators who would be willing to help me out with this, that's a whole different matter. We can link up on that. You can hit me up in here in the chat or whatever, or you can DM me on Twitter. We can work something out. I can figure out a way to pay. I don't have a whole lot right now, but So there's a few things I actually wanted to cover. Oh yeah, I need to do some updates to the thing real quick. I just remembered. Uh, so yeah, I'm sorry. There's a couple of things I just remembered. I did want to go over a few things with just have those go like that, and they don't overlap any. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. Uh, titled the stream the way I did for a reason. It's Dore is still dumb, which that's true. That's mostly in there for clickbait. To be completely honest, it the reason that my viewership has spiked is because I've mentioned Jimmy Dore being dumb, and people come here to hate watch and tell me that I'm a stupid cuck or whatever, um, or that I'm not actually a leftist because I can't identify a leftist like Jimmy Dore as being a leftist because populism, which is one of the dumbest takes. These people don't even know what it means to be a leftist. And then there's the I wanted to analyze. Honestly, I wanted to go over and analyze, kind of with the psychological lens, the Ethan Klein quote unquote debate with Crowder. There's a lot that I've noticed because I've watched this like 3 or 4 times at this point. And there's a lot that I've noticed, and some other people have already made these some of the other content creators have already made these observations, but I've been busy. Unlike Vosh or Dylan Burns or even Destiny Benevolo, who is recent the one who is just now added to the title to this video, or stream, I guess I should say. Regardless of who it is, they don't they've gone over it. They don't have to go to a regular day job like I do. Like, what is Dylan Burns' day job? It's streaming. What is Vosh's day job? Streaming. What is Stephen Bonnell's day job? It's streaming. All these guys, they stream. That's what they have for work, which is a very, very privileged position for a lot of them because they don't have to go out and sell their labor to, a capitalist in the way that I do. What a life. So some of my initial takes, a lot of the stuff that I do when I'm streaming, like today, is after work when I'm already tired and not functioning on all cylinders. On top of that, I do like every single stream smoking, so I'm usually kind of high when I do these. And this explains a few things like my stunted speech pattern and when I forget shit just off cuff. Uh, on top of the fact that more semi recently, that's not an official psychological diagnosis or however the fuck it does, but I took a few different like self-diagnosed autism tests online, and yeah, it turns out that that's a thing. So, hooray! I get to understand more about why certain things I do annoyed people, or why they perceive when I'm super excited as me being angry. Shit like that. Helps me understand myself better, which helps me understand people's reactions to me better. Uh, Shit, what the fuck was I talking about? Oh yeah, why my takes are usually a little less nuanced initially, but I had some time to think about it and go over it, and so I'm gonna go over this and right wing cope, and then kind of go over a thing about Destiny not knowing economics, at least nowhere near as well as he claims to. Which, to be fair, I don't know a whole shitload about economics. I've only read Econ 101 twice. That doesn't even mean I understand every single concept within it, but I've read it. I've gone through it. I understand baseline shit, like what a market is. Turns out, all right. Here's a little bit of a lefty thing that I think people get wrong. So leftists are always talking about how markets are always bad. They uphold capitalism, and this historically, and by definition, is not true. A marketplace to a lefty is a place where commodities are bought and sold. And that is a very stunted reading of what a market actually is. A market is a place where resources trade hands in some way or another. Not that they're necessarily bought and sold. For example, with my decommodification of food, check this shit, okay? I'll show you using my own steps of decommodification of food. So things we've got, you have taxes paid for food production. It says instead of markets, but that's more of a lefty term that I'm using there, the leftist definition, where it's not a commodity to be bought and sold. So you have this, the taxes pay for food production, you have the states pay grocery store employees for stocking and stuff, but all of these items are put together in a store. Like you'd still have like essentially imagine going to Walmart, but instead of buying the food, you collect your food. It gets checked out in a way to maintain what items are flowing through as stock. You have to know your inventory. That's the main. That's the only reason you would have checkouts and shit. So a checkout's kind of a strange misnomer. And then, yeah, you just put make food free, put some limits on high demand items, so you don't have to pay for food at the point of service. But you would still be going to a market because resources would be changing hands. You'd be going in, you'd be collecting food, you'd be leaving. The government would be collecting information about what's going where. How much food is being used in this area? How much is being wasted? Are we able to cut back a little bit on our food waste by maybe not sending quite as much food? And yes, this is kind of a centrally planned thing. And in some instances, central planning can work if there's a market. That's one of the crazy things. Like it's not they're not always exclusive. You can have a market where you have people going in. It's not like, oh, it's been centrally planned that you will receive these rations. You get to go in and you get to pick the stuff that you're getting. But at the same time, the government is figuring out what's kind of needed in those areas, what resources are needed, how much of this is going where. If too much beef is being sent to my fucking local area and there's not enough of it in, say, I don't know, Kansas, maybe some of the beef gets sent from Oklahoma to Kansas because they have they're short on beef or whatever the fuck it is. That's just an example. And we have a surplus and we're actually going to be wasting a decent amount. And well, send it off. Send it to another state. Send it to another fucking country where people are hungry. Like, I don't care. Just don't waste it. And that is an example of how a market can still be used when there is absolutely no currency changing hands. None. You aren't going into the store and paying for your stuff, which then the money is separated out. It reduces, it eliminates the profit motive in food. People won't be making things cheaper and less healthy just to earn more money. It'll increase the level of health in the country on multiple fronts. There's a bit of a tangent about what markets are and how lefties sometimes misinterpret them, but Destiny also does this. I'll get to that here in a moment. What I want to do is kind of analyze this right here. So let's get to.
A lot of people haven't. Has a huge YouTube channel, several YouTube channels. One of the OGs. A lot of people watch him. You know him. Some of you like him. Some of you don't. Same can be said for me. Ethan Klein from H3H3. Ethan, thanks, man, for making the time.
You're very welcome.
Okay, I do have to give a little bit of backstory, but I wanted to get here. The first person you see right here, this is Steven Crowder, right-wing political pundit, quote-unquote comedian as well. This guy is backed by billionaires, so that's where he gets his funding. And he also is paired with a billionaire-backed network, Blaze TV, which he offers a special deal where you can pay $99, $99 for a year through Crowder's website, and you will get this mug. Yeah, that's what you get. $99, you get this mug. Anyways, Steven Crowder, you may have seen him, for those of you who are mostly apolitical who tune in. Steven Crowder is the face of those Change My Mind memes. He has since grown a beard because his chin has been pointed out to be weaker than he tries to let on. So, he grew out a beard. But this is the guy. He also was the voice for Brain on the TV show Arthur. You know, if you've got kids or if you remember from when you were a kid, yeah. This is who voiced Brain. Funny thing is he no longer has one of those. If he ever did. I don't know. I don't think he actually believes any of the shit he says. This guy postures himself as a big debater. I mean, he will claim coming up I'll get to that. Anyways, he goes out to college campuses and sits down with a table, and he tells kids to change his mind, and he gets into these arguments with them. And I mean, he argues his position against theirs, trying to change their mind, and they're trying to change his. And it's I wonder what you call that. I think it's a debate. Just so you know. So yeah, he's a debate bro. He challenges people all the time to debates. Well, about 3 years ago, there was a Politicon, and there's another character involved here named Sam Seder. He hosts a show called The Majority Report. You can watch it on or you can listen to it on Anchor FM. You can watch him on YouTube. He's got different places that he's on. He's on the Peacock app and stuff like that. I mean, Sam Ceder's got 1 million subs. Not as many as Steven Crowder, but he's got 1 million subscribers now. And for a strict news show, instead of somebody who does like comedy bits and is literally has billionaires buying ad spaces on YouTube and pushing his shit, and probably he has a bunch of sub bots and whatnot. It's a thing, you know. Both of them got invited to Politicon. Uh, Sam Cedar got a message from them and saying that they had Steven Crowder up to debate, and Sam agreed to debate Steven Crowder, and then out of nowhere, as they were getting that schedule lined up, Crowder backed out. His dad backed him out, more specifically, I should say. And, well, thing is, Sam was really looking forward to that debate. He was really bummed. So he asked, individually, he's asked Steven Crowder multiple times, hey, you should debate me. Why'd you get cold feet? There was a whole other instance where he was supposed to go on to Gavin McInnes's newer show at the time that it was, when it was getting set up, and he agreed to go on to that show and debate somebody, and then Sam Cedar was chosen as his debate opponent again. This is 2 times. He backed out. He still does all of his change my mind things, debating college students and random other people, shit like that. Well, he now has gotten into a spat with this guy. This is not Sam Cedar. This is Ethan Klein of the H3H3 Productions, H3 podcast. Pretty big podcast, Pretty well known. I mean, look at that. He's wearing a Supreme shirt. Well dressed. And they've been getting into a spat because Crowder and him disagree on like mask usage and shit like that. See, Ethan Klein came out and said if you aren't a scientist and you don't like know how to do your own research on this kind of stuff, which most people don't, you should just listen to the CDC. You don't have to even think about it. It's fine. It's fine. The CDC is here to keep you healthy. That's fine. Well, Steven Crowder took issue to this. And they kind of ribbed each other back and forth, and then Crowder challenged Ethan to a debate. Called him a layup. Said he was a layup. Which tells me, Steven thinks it's going to be easy. He's a big brain debate bro. He really should be able to just debate anybody, right? And if he's considering Ethan a layup, shouldn't he want like a bigger challenge than Ethan? Or is this just an exercise in him like trying to make himself look good? It's a legitimate question here. Like I really don't know. I don't. It's extremely interesting to me. Well, anyways, they went back and forth, and last week on Monday, they were supposed to debate. Sam Cedar was doing his show. He ended it early, and he was going to actually ambush Steven Crowder. Ethan set the whole thing up. He was going to jump in. He was going to pop into the call and try and hold Crowder's feet to the fire. Well, he ended his show early. And about 4 minutes after he ended his show early, and Sam joined Sam was in the Zoom call, they get a message from Crowder. and he says that his wife is having a medical emergency, and that he will have to reschedule. And he even rescheduled for next week at noon, which is exactly the time that Sam Cedar's show would go live. This is a very interesting thing. Well, Sam and Emma Vigeland, they were worried. They were like, "Oh, I hope everything's okay. Like, I don't want anything to happen. I mean, I don't like Steven Crowder, but just because I don't like Steven Crowder, I don't wish ill upon any of his family or even him. I just don't like him." And Ethan says he knew you ended your show early and you'd be here. He's ducking. They didn't believe it. Sam didn't believe it. Emma didn't really want to believe it. He's like, no, no, come on, really? He can't be that nervous. Well, fast forward to this week. Sam pre-recorded his show, the first half, and well, Steven Crowder is here. As soon as Sam's show went live, Steven Crowder appeared in his frame. Once he was able to confirm that Sam Cedar's show was live. Well, here we go. We're pretty much caught up. He started his show. Ethan's got his show going, and here we go. This is what we got.
Man, I just want to say, I know you called me. You said that I would be a layup, which
I
is
think I
fine.
used
Which
something
is
like
fine,
that.
and I think you're right because I don't think I'm a very good debater. I think you know that. So I didn't want to make it too easy for you.
Oh, okay.
So I've prepared.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So
Dan,
what we were going
whenever
to
you're
talk
ready.
about is the initial quote that happened. I think he's looking off there. The initial quote that kind of was turned into a little bit of a meme, which wasn't intentional, and was you saying you don't even have to think about it regarding the CDC. And I disagree with that. I think people should think about it. I believe, and we talked about this through playful ribbing, in an aggregation of medical authorities and scientific voices.
Yeah, no, not from Crowder's end. I mean, the CDC, the World Health Organization, like the British National Health Service, like every single major medical institution agreed with Ethan, and random hack doctors like fucking what's her name? Who is that voodoo demon seed doctor lady? She mentioned something about voodoo and also demon seed. I don't know. That's essentially Crowder's kind of sources. Was it Dr. Burks? Deborah Burks? No, she was. No. I don't remember who the other. But Deborah Burks as well is a source that Crowder would cite as a medical expert that disagrees with the perspective. Because, I mean, she's technically a doctor and she does disagree with the perspective, but when so many other doctors are like, don't disagree with this perspective, it could kill people, you should probably listen to them.
To make an informed and rational decision. So where do you think that I'm wrong on that?
Stephen, do you know that the Spartans are like practice man love with children?
Oh, geez. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. What did I tell you? He was going to do anything he could to avoid. Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a.
Okay. Can I go back just Okay, so he's still sitting there like that. Is he sitting there like that the entire thing? He is. He's gripping his hands though. Look at that.
And we talked about this through playful.
And look at it. Okay, watch his hands. He is fidgeting so fucking hard here because he knows he's nervous, and he looks very sad.
Ribbing in an aggregation of medical authorities and scientific voices to make an informed and rational decision. So where do you think that I'm wrong on that?
Stephen, do you know that the Spartans are like practice man love with children?
Oh, geez. Okay, so this is what's going to happen.
Do anyone who's actually watched other Crowder segments when he's talking to other people, which I have, unfortunately, do you think he acts like this when he's comfortable, when he thinks he's actually in a good position, do you think he acts like this? Do you think if he had any, or do you think if there was absolute certainty that Sam Seder wouldn't be here, he'd be sitting like this? No, he'd be making hand gestures, he'd be bouncing about, being just buoyant and energetic, because that's what Steven Crowder does on his show. Sitting and wringing your hands like this, kind of shoulders slumped forward a bit, he's showing weakness. He's showing fear.
What did I tell you? He was going to do anything he could to avoid. Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Seder. What a fucking nightmare. I had no idea this was going to happen. I thought
He is very upset. He really is.
Ethan was a stand-up guy. This is where we are. Yeah, I told Dave.
Yeah. Look at this. Okay.
Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam.
You see where you see the head pan? Watch the head pan here. All right. See, he's looking this way.
Could to avoid. Oh, there
He looks directly into the camera, blinks.
he is. Oh no, Sam
He looks back to where he was.
Seder. What?
That right there. Look at his eyes. I can't actually zoom in like that. You can see right here in his eyes. It's pleading. Please get to your seat. I need to get off camera.
Wow, what a fucking nightmare. I had no idea this was going to.
Yep. The extended look over at his co-host or producer or whoever the fuck that is over there. With the fear in his eyes, it says, "What's happening? I thought he was live. We just confirmed that he's live before I sat in frame. How is he here? Where is Dad? Get me off camera." Because if you'll notice,
Happen. I thought Ethan was a stand-up guy. This is where we are. Yeah, I told Dave.
yep. And if you notice,
This is where.
he pans his head directly over to Dave, so that the camera is cued to, hey, just go to Dave. Go to Dave. Get me off camera. And if you listen real close, you can hear Crowder shitting his pants.
Where we are. Yeah, I told Dave. Remember I told you? I said I guarantee you he's going to do anything he can to avoid the debate.
Well, I just think he believes that he should debate you.
No, he doesn't. He just takes advantage of women with, mental health issues.
Steven,
Ethan
And there's just a jab at Ethan, and from here on out, pay attention. If he were actually interested, I mean, okay, here's a question. If you posture yourself as big brain debate guy, and that you're interested in discussing the ideas with people, why the fuck would you not just sit down and discuss the ideas with Sam? Ben Shapiro would. Tim Pool would and has. Charlie Kirk would and has. I'm sure, well, okay, Richard Spencer would chomp at the bit to get any exposure at all at this point. So, he would definitely debate Sam Seder. Sam wouldn't debate him because he doesn't want to give a actual, neo-Nazi like that a platform. The people that Sam kind of goes after are the right-wing libertarians, Steven Crowder, because he keeps ducking debates with Sam, and also Dave Rubin, because Dave Rubin is a huge fucking grifter and a hack. So he wants to expose people for what they are, but Milo Yiannopoulos actually did a better job of exposing Richard Spencer than investigative journalists, because Milo Yiannopoulos is a Nazi.
doesn't stand up and do his own fighting.
And he tried to get in good with the left after the Nazis got mad at him, so he leaked a recording of Richard Spencer. Which, honestly, if you haven't heard it, let me know in chat. Seriously, just type in chat, and I will go and pull up that recording because it is pure cope. It is seething. However, it is pretty racist. It is absolutely racist.
Say,
Bring
I
on
have
It's
told
hilarious.
my
Let's bring on
producers
FM.
that you would do anything to avoid talking to me. I think the point that you made
Yes,
at the
that's
include
beginning of
Joe
this
Rogan.
Yeah,
was,
Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro.
Rubin
And Dave-
And see, here's another point. Crowder is super, super triggered by the fact that Sam Seder's here. And yet he has his producer at a microphone, which his producer is always at a microphone, and he would have been able to also participate against Ethan Klein. So it would have been a 2v1. Crowder and Dave versus Ethan. And Ethan's not a debater. Ethan himself says, and I quote, "I'm not a debater. I'm not politically minded. I don't do this every day. And I'm also kind of stupid." End quote. So instead of giving Crowder just a way to look good easily, he decided to bring him a challenge. It's perfectly fine. Nobody tells a ninja they're a coward for using a substitution jutsu. Ethan Klein just outplayed you. That's all it is. He 978D chest your ass. You lost. And then you looked like a massive coward afterward, which is perfectly fine by me. That shit is funny.
Dave
Ben
Rubin and Jordan
Shapiro.
Peterson and Noam Chomsky and Sam Harris.
Interesting. Joe Rogan. Okay, Joe Rogan is critical of Sam Seder because Sam Seder keeps going after Dave Rubin, which uh, Joe Rogan perceives Dave Rubin to be cognitively limited. So he feels that that's not really appropriate. Which, I mean, it could be the case. It's not impossible. But I'm not entirely sure that I believe all of that. So Joe Rogan doesn't really want to talk to Sam because he thinks he's kind of mean to Dave, which in some regards I could see how that could be perceived. However, Dave Rubin does absolutely deserve the ridicule he gets. No violence, just making fun of. No threats. No talking about him like he's a great evil. He's just a silly goof who says dumb shit a lot. Who were the other people that they named?
Everyone's
avoid talking to me. I think the point that you made
Yes,
at the
that's
beginning of
Joe
this
Rogan.
was,
Yeah, Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro. I wonder why Ben Shapiro. Actually, Ben Shapiro, if Sam challenged him to a debate, probably would. Because, well, I don't know, because Sam's smart and Ben Shapiro is smart enough to know that Sam would probably trounce him. He may just decline the debate, but he would decline it outright instead of ducking the first debate, declining all other debates, and then trying to, weasel his way out of any time that somebody gets him in front of Sam. Who's next?
Ben and
Dave
Dave Rubin, obvious reasons. He said he won't debate Sam Seder because Sam is mean.
Rubin and Jordan
Shapiro.
Peterson.
Jordan Peterson because, well, Jordan Peterson's a hack, but I actually think Jordan Peterson would debate Sam Seder. Jordan Peterson had the gall to debate Slavoj Žižek. He did terribly. He tried to cite the Communist Manifesto, which he vaguely half remembered as he was debating Slavoj Žižek. I don't know.
And Noam Chomsky. And
Sam Seder has actually interviewed Noam Chomsky. So, don't know what he's talking about there. That's a huge miss.
Sam Harris.
Sam Harris would probably debate Sam Seder. Yeah, he probably would. Sam Harris is fairly far right. I don't know about like Nazi maybe fascist. I don't pay that much attention to Sam Harris. Actually, I pay no attention to Sam Harris. I know that he was prominent in the atheist community for a while, kind of like Thunderfoot was, which Thunderfoot is also a dumb fuck. But yeah. So let's see who next.
Everyone's been avoiding
And not just attempting
Sam
to get
Seder.
your audience by jumping in.
Well, I
Everyone's been debating Sam Seder. Now, this is a claim that I have to check. Oh. He's debated Tim Pool. He's debated top libertarian, chaired the Libertarian National Committee Nicholas Sarwark, random ANCAP, libertarian. Don't know who that one is. MRA calls into Dave Smith, Charlie Kirk, Michael Tracy, random ANCAP again. Shuts down old man spewing racist nonsense. Centrist Democrat, pro Cuomo caller. Walter Block, libertarian professor, 2 times. Random. Paul Rakoff. Rakoff. We're gonna go with Rakoff because the first part of that word I don't like. Another debate against Nicholas Sarwark, random Libertarian Party member, religious zealot, 7 years ago. Glenn Greenwald, Libertarian radio host Matt DiGeronimo, who I've heard about. Anthony Fure, random drunk guy. Yeah, Charlie Kirk. Tony Laren called out Rubin and Crowder. Jesus. Jimmy Dore, he's debated. David Feldman. That's comedy shit right there. Roger and Packman talk about, yeah, vegan caller, libertarian anarchist. That's not. Libertarians are anarchists. Like original libertarians are, not American libertarians, but the original term libertarian was used by an anarchist. Lee Doran versus Sam Seder. Jordan Peterson wants IDW to debate Sam Seder. Eric Weinstein is dodging Sam Seder, wants to debate Billy Bragg. Wait, did Destiny own? Yep, 6 months ago, Destiny versus Tim Pool. Vosh owned Tim Pool. Caller calls for Marxist revolution. He probably tries to shit on that. I think this is when Jamie left. Ah. We can address this in the Jimmy Dore is still dumb section. But this is just debates he's done. You know, a lot of it is just people who call in. But major debates. Jim from PA. Wait, hold on. I have to know. Yeah, okay. Demon Mama roasts Mike from PA. I kind of want to know. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. Jamie, I liked Jamie, but after I started like looking more into a lot of the issues and stuff, I don't think she's as well informed as she tries to come across. Anyways, I do like Jamie though.
I debated with Charlie Kirk. Stephen, I mean, it's
Okay.
about issues. Let's
It's about
talk about
issues,
those
yeah.
issues.
That's
I
what
think
you're
you have
doing
some
here.
valid
Yeah.
points.
You're
that
so
I think we
clever.
should
I had no
discuss.
idea that you were taking your show off early last time, coming in today with your pig pen.
Notice Sam leaned forward because he caught that. I don't know who else caught that. All right, just keep that in mind. You took your show off early last week. All right, he says that. Keep that in mind.
Peanuts
I
eyes.
wish everything.
You take those off with the velveteen
are.
buttons.
We must have been
Black
very worried
eyes,
about
aren't
this,
they? Like
Stephen. I don't know why.
No
it would
one's
be
worried
Oh, come
about
on,
it.
so
I
concerned.
didn't want to
Well,
do it.
let's have the
Sam,
debate.
come
If
on.
no
Just
one's
I'll tell
worried,
you what. I
let's
have a
do this.
general
This is a
rule.
great
I
opportunity.
don't start a debate based with people on a lie. And how
Or
about you get to a,
sabotaging?
how about you get
Steven,
to a
show
30th
yourself,
of the
you
audience
coward.
share?
Steven, show yourself.
A 30th
Don't show
of the
your.
Yeah, and he's still hiding behind his fucking producer. Or his co-host.
Co-host.
Ethan, you should
Steven,
show yourself.
Stephen,
Ethan, how
why
can
are
you
you
respect
afraid
yourself
to
as a
be
man,
wrong?
brother?
Something
Steven,
so strongly
Steven, you
that
are
you're
such
not
a
willing
coward.
to
Stop
debate.
showing your little leprechaun
you
co.
And Ethan does. He goes, okay. Because the co-host says, you should show yourself, Ethan. He's like, okay. I'm here. You can see me. You can still hear Sam. Show yourself, Steven.
Co-host who
Welcome.
comes out dressed like your
Ethan,
sidekick.
come on, Ethan. Why do you have to bring
I
on a
thought
guy
Show
who
you
has
welcome
Steven.
here,
a
Stephen.
30th
I'm
of the
really
viewership
Why
of
are
your
you-
show?
Saddest thing I've ever heard. So you have a
Just
guy
show
with
Steven.
less viewers to come on to debate him because you can't.
Well,
Why
obviously,
don't
if
you
I'm a
get some-
Apparently he had to think
obviously
about it,
I'm
bro.
a if I'm a layup
Yeah,
and
you
not a
didn't think
debater.
about it.
Well, look,
Yeah,
you're the
I
one
mean,
who called. You're the one
that
who got
started the debate.
personal.
You're
Started
the one
it.
that got angry about
Show
it.
Steven. Don't be
Hold on
such a
second. All
coward.
right, hold on. Let me hear what Pigpen has to say here really quick.
Fair enough.
Show
But
Steven.
Ethan, look, I don't. Hold on a second, Ethan. This is because initially
Thank
I came
you.
on here to talk with Ethan. Ethan, come on, man. Look, the same reason that I haven't ever had a conversation with Sam Cedars, the same reason that Joe Rogan, Sam Harris, Brett Weinstein, Dave Rubin, Ben Shapiro don't own anything. It's based on a lie, Ethan. Just
What's
like
the
you
lie?
claiming my Ethan.
What's the
you
lie?
claiming my
What's the
booker
lie,
reached
Steven?
out to you, Ethan, when you know
Stephen,
that's
what's
not
the lie?
true. There's no
What's
one
the
ducking
lie?
you,
Why
Sam.
are you
I've
so
never
afraid?
Sam,
Yo,
Sam,
listen,
Sam,
I
Sam,
think
Sam,
you're
Sam.
a smart
I
guy.
can call out
I
Mike
don't
Tyson.
understand why
It doesn't mean that I'm
you are
ducking him.
so worried about this.
Why do you
I
feel that?
honestly
Why do you feel that anyone, Sam? Why do you feel that anyone owes you airtime when you have a 40th of the audience and you've been doing the
I
show
don't think anybody
10
owes me
times as longer?
airtime. I think that Ethan has just given it to me. I didn't
Right.
ask him for it, and
Right.
so
No, you've been begging
the
for
real
it for a long
question
time
is,
with everyone
Stephen,
bigger than
why
yourself.
are you so
he found
worried
He
about
can't build an
engaging with me?
audience, and so what
Why
happens is
are
he
you
uploads
so
15
worried about-
times more,
Do you think
has
your
less than a
audience
50th of the
says-
audience.
Well, that's
Do
why
you
he wants to
think that your
debate you, is so he
audience-
can build his.
Sam,
Do you
Sam,
think
come on.
your
Every single excuse he can think of. Oh, you don't have an audience. You just call out people bigger than you to build an audience. Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, it can be perceived that way. I mean, people can perceive that's what I'm doing. I mean, I did say that putting Dore in here is kind of clickbaity, but it's also something that I'm gonna address more of. So, it is relevant. it's a thing that I'm going to do. But this is the big part that I wanted to go through, is like analyzing the debate. So he's throwing out every single excuse. And just keep in mind what he said earlier. You took your show off the air early last week.
Audience
Yeah,
cares
yeah.
that I only have 1 million subscribers and you have what, 6 or 7 million
I think.
subscribers?
Let me answer. Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question? Do you want me to?
He's trying to expand upon it a little bit. And notice, Steven's barely letting Sam get any words in. He paused because Sam kept repeating the beginning of his question over and over, and that's it. Outside of that, he has talked over Sam Seder the entire time.
Answer your question. My audience would say Sam who? Just like Joe Rogan's audience and Ben
Well, now
Shapiro's
they
and
all
Dave.
know.
This is also something that I want to check. See, I pulled these up for a reason, because the conservative molding going on, right-wing cope that I put in the title, was supposed to be them going over how yeah, none of these are. Yeah, is it the Timcast?
The story of Wall Street.
Nope, don't care. Here we go.
How do
The other channel. Ben Shapiro doesn't have anything on it.
Alrighty, so today we're going to talk.
Unless it's just not showing up. Okay, no. Other channel. Did he cover it on the Daily Wire? 23 hours ago, 4 days ago. So, no, they haven't done anything. However, I didn't think Tim Pool still had his video up. Seder is a grifter and I'm publishing DMs to prove it. Let's see. Here in a minute.
Know
Rubin.
who I
And
am.
now they
You've
all
just
know who you
introduced
are
me.
because you had to
Your
shoehorn
audience
yourself into
watches
another coward
yourself
show.
into
college
another
students
show.
every day that you do that.
Why are
change
we-
my
Hold on a
mind.
second. Hold on
They
a second.
don't know who those college
This is another
students
lie.
are.
This is
Okay, yeah. Sam goes, your audience never knows who the people in your Change Your Mind things are. The Change My Mind segments, they don't know who those are.
another lie.
possible
Let
difference
me
would it be?
clarify, Sam. Let me clarify, Sam. The Change My Mind, everyone knows on the show, right?
Yes.
We've had
How did
professors
you know
on the.
I ended
This is
my
what-
show
okay, he's not
early
gonna talk.
last week, Stephen? If your audience doesn't
Because
even
you're
know
an
me,
idiot.
how
and-
Because you're an idiot and half your staff doesn't like you, which Sam did the math and only 3/8 of his staff doesn't like him.
Did you
half of
know
your
that?
staff
Do you
doesn't like
watch my
you.
show?
Because I'm a diehard fan.
Yes, it's because
I
he's
watch
a
it all the
diehard
well,
fan.
if
There,
you're a
I've had heard
diehard
of you,
fan,
but I just
why,
met you.
Why not
Congratulations,
have me
Sam Seder's
and
fan.
Stephen
I'm just
have a
a huge
conversation?
fan.
I will
like-
talk
right now,
about
every
the
time I
issues
try and
that you
talk, you're
want to talk
interrupting,
about,
Sam.
Stephen.
any-
Right now,
Every time I try and talk, you're interrupting, Sam, says the guy who has been talking pretty much nonstop off camera most of the time.
I'm trying to talk with you. You're interrupting,
You
Sam.
bombarded the show.
Okay,
You
go ahead.
bombarded my show under a false pretense. You claim that
Bombarded?
just like you claim that I ducked a debate with you under a false pretense. Have I ever?
That is what the Politicon people told me. I
Oh, is
played
that what they
the
told you?
audio
Well,
of
so
it.
you're just lazy
Yeah.
with your research?
But okay. For one, he was going to say that and he does say in another segment, Stephen Crowder does, that the Change My Minds are not debates, they're just discussions where he argues against college kids on a position, trying to change their mind to his position. because he will never change his mind. He may believe what they're saying, and he may actually believe, but he's a grifter. He doesn't actually care at all. No fucks given. But this one, what kind of research is Sam Seder supposed to do? There's an event organizer. They reach out and say that Steven Crowder is available for a debate at Politicon. Sam Seder accepts, and then he backs out, according to the Politicon people. Doesn't reply to Sam ever. Doesn't ever, do anything. He just dips. And then his excuse is, when have I ever done a Politicon? There's only ever been 3. Sam's done 1 of the 3.
Big tech
what
is
more
You
research
continue
do
with the
I need?
lie.
They
You need
said
to
were
research and say,
booked.
did Steven ever accept?
They said you were
Let me
booked.
explain to you. Let me explain.
According to the actual organizer, yes, he had already accepted a slot to do a debate. Yeah, he had accepted a slot to do a debate, and then he backed out of that debate slot. He did. He pulled away. This isn't a thing that Sam is making up. This is just, it's the actual
They said
Let me
you were
it's the actual thing that happened.
booked,
Hey,
and that you
whoa,
dropped
Sam,
out and you literally
Sam,
had cold
sweetheart.
feet.
Sam, fake stand-up comic who we can't find any footage about online. Let
I'm
me
not
finish.
a stand-up comic.
Oh, you're not? Okay, that makes sense because everything that I've seen is incredibly unfunny and unentertaining,
Well,
which may
I'm
explain
not
the
a
audience.
stand-up
Ironic,
comic.
irony alert, Steven.
Comedian.
How much have you watched of my stuff,
The
Stephen, that
irony
you
alert.
think that your
Sam,
audience
can I answer your
wouldn't
question?
appreciate our discussing things?
Samuel, can I answer your question?
Yes.
So you have gone on, you've done the same thing with other comments. Everyone has a bigger audience than you because you said, I want to speak with Steven Crowder. You believe that at some point there was some acceptance? When have I ever done a Politicon? Ever?
I
When
don't
have
know.
As a matter of fact, in the
haven't
last
followed your
decade,
career like you seem to have followed mine, Stephen.
last decade, I haven't done a single political conference.
How
I
can
hosted
you say-
CPAC for 4 years and stopped because they suck.
How can
They
you
don't
say-
pay
Okay.
and they're full of losers.
What about
and you've been
Gavin McInnes's
clamoring
show?
for it, and it's a
Gavin told me
lie.
that you dropped out of doing
How
his.
Well, considering the actual the organizers at Politicon straight up admitted that that was the thing that they matter of fact at Politicon. Media. Can I do a? It's going to be a long way down. This was years ago. Oh my God, no. You know what? We'll continue.
You
Show
say
because
that
This
you-
is
I
just
was going to
hearsay and
go-
gossip.
But how can
I
he
have
say
I've
he
never
doesn't
met more of
follow
a
your
woman.
career when he wants
Well,
to
I
keep
don't even need to-
debating?
I don't need to
know.
talk
It's
about any
bizarre.
of this.
Then.
All right,
Let's talk
okay.
about the issue.
So,
the
Ethan, do you want to have a
CDC.
conversation, Ethan?
Let's talk
about the
big
vaccine
tech.
because you
Ethan, do you want to have a
Absolutely I
conversation?
do.
You're going to hide.
You felt
Absolutely
so
I do.
strongly about
Big tech.
So why are you hiding behind Cedar?
Oh no,
Have a
me and Sam are
conversation
aligned. I'm not
with
hiding.
him.
He just
Well, you're just a
he knows the
liar.
issue.
So you're a
Ethan,
liar.
because remember we said,
brought
hold
in
on a second,
somebody
hold on a
else to
second.
debate.
I mean, it
Yeah,
sort of
yeah, yeah.
feels like
It's
you guys are the ones who are
ridiculous.
hiding.
Really?
Ethan is
Hiding?
being
No, this is
completely open
actually
about
Who snuck in on you?
who's the guy who
Ethan's
never
being
appears
completely
on
open
stage,
about it.
never does a live show,
But it's a
never
comic.
even sheds, never even allows a shadow of comedy to be perceived on his program. It's just hiding.
Right.
Everything we do is out in the open. H3,
Steven,
you know
you're wearing a
that we
holster.
agreed.
So what?
Hold on a second, yeah? So? I want to normalize responsible gun ownership. Is that your debate? No wonder you had to bring in a hack for you.
wanna
Well,
call
no,
it a
you're talking
cock-
about
Crying out loud.
comedy.
Well, that's
I
what
mean,
you do,
strategy.
that's
Write
not
it
very
for you.
funny.
You have a holster, bro.
Also, your
you have a
sponsor is
holster
Spartans.
of the
You-
tax
you-
advantage of
you-
mentally
you-
ill
your
women for a
main
show with
sponsor
just
is about
dwindling.
gay
All
boy
right,
love.
okay.
All of it.
All right, Sam, you got it. You got it. I hope you have
No,
a,
come
I
on.
hope
Hey,
you have a
Steven,
wonderful
if-
highlight
I'm
reel.
happy.
Hold on,
I
hold
wanna
on,
enjoy
hold on, hold on,
with you.
hold on. Let me just make
Steven.
one point.
Hope you enjoy Politicon.
Hold on,
Ethan,
let
we'll
me make
release the
one
product
point, Steven.
messages.
Take it easy. easy.
Steven,
All right,
don't
thanks,
bail.
guys.
don't
I
wanna
appreciate
have
it.
Don't bail, you
Adorable.
coward.
Why not?
Hey, Sam, one thing before I go. One thing before I
If
go.
it's
Can you
about
take off your
issues,
glasses?
Steven,
Hold
One
on.
thing before I go.
I
Can you
just
take
want
off
to
your
see.
glasses?
We just want to see. If
I just want to see if you take them off. If you have the Velveteen Rabbit buttons. That's the
No,
only
just
thing I'm
wanna see.
curious
What-
about. It's the only
I-
interesting part about it.
Steven,
or if
I-
there's a soul.
Let's
Just
debate.
take off the glasses.
Let's debate,
Don't
Steven.
hide
I'll tell you
behind the
what,
glasses.
Don't be a
I will-
coward.
Don't say
I
let's
will-
debate, Ethan. You've
I
lost
will
that.
Coward.
take off the
Even the
glasses.
Aristotle
Debate.
says-
All right.
Debate
This
the
is sad.
issues. What
This
does
is
it matter who
bullshit.
you
Shut
debate,
up.
coward?
All right, good. You guys are
Wow.
good. Thank you.
Coward.
Won't even take off the glasses.
I was right.
There is it.
All right, yeah,
We
you
knew
can
you
make
would
the
run
X.
away.
This
You
is
run away twice. Cold feet again.
Come on, Steven.
Oh, I guess I need to.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow. Dude, I can't believe he admit to following.
He admitted that he followed the show last week.
We got
He
him.
admitted that he watched the show last
We
week.
got
went
him.
early.
Dude, we played him so hard because he literally was following. He saw that you went live, dude. We fucking got him.
Oh my God, we.
Was it 2019? When was? Sam, Cedar, Charlie Kirk. What year was that? 2 years ago? 2 years ago. So, Cold Feet Crowder. I gotta find out when it was, because there's a proof. Why? It's a very specific date range that I'm looking for. Oh yeah, and then here's their recovery mode. He immediately scheduled to have Donald Trump Jr. on to distract from his devastating debate loss. I don't want any of the stuff from this year. Why is it still giving me stuff from this year? This is ridiculous. I literally have advanced search on. Why? There, we'll just do it from. Here we go. Fucking finally. Politicon. Since Cold Feet Crowder missed his chance to debate at Sam Cedar at Politicon this year, should we host a rematch at Politicon 2019? There. Fucking dumb as shit. I thought that the yearly search thing would. But yeah, no, they actually. All right. Now, I want you to think about something. He's essentially saying, because he said my audience would say Sam who. Same with Joe Rogan's audience and Ben Shapiro's audience and Dave Rubin's audience and Namtazi's audience. And well,
Elizabeth Warren how to propose.
let me just go. Let me just go back a little bit. Let's just go. No, I need to go back. Actually, 2 years. Yeah, that's fine.
That's occurring. That's pretty.
Don't care about any of that. Are they all on the sidebar, not in the comments? Looks like it. Maybe this is before people started dropping. Yeah, that was October of 2019, and this was March of 2019. Yeah, too early. Too early. Gotta come up here. Here, let's just do it.
The law.
Fuck you, Steven. Okay, is there any Sam Cedar on here? Yeah, there's that, but no mentions of him by full name. Okay, so they all appear to be there. Unless there's some in the replies, but you know. None of them in the. Yeah, see, there's. Nazi Thanos, what the fuck? Yeah, see, they're all right in here. All the debate word. This was June 2019. Wait.
Five years.
You probably were, and you're probably also racist. These people are so fucking dumb. Okay. They're all here in the sidebar. Are they just buried? Did they get removed? Did he block the name Sam Cedar in his comments section? I think he did. He probably did. I don't know. I figured I'd see people going in there and saying debate Sam Cedar, but as a matter of fact, I need to find random. Yeah, I wish it was actually a debate though. Instead, it was okay. He's gonna get clocked. Yeah, that's another spot that Biden's really bad in. By the way, just so you know. Oh yeah, I didn't show you the whole thing. Sorry. Oops, I forgot. Politicon did verify. I had this on the other monitor. Didn't even realize it. So, yes. Did you do your research that I even accepted a debate? Yes. Also, they called and told him, and he recorded that call. So,
Fucking nailed him.
he says that he has no idea who Sam Seder is. Nobody's audience does, and
Holy
yet
shit. So do you want to respond to here? You want to throw him up, Dan? Do you want to respond to anything he said now that he's not talking over you?
Well, I mean, look, he's obviously lying about the idea that he wouldn't want to do a debate with me because his audience wouldn't know. Here's a guy who literally tracked my show last week because he was afraid that this would happen.
yep, absolutely true.
Here's a guy who
Right.
claims to have watched. I don't know. I don't know what it is he said he watched, but he's not worried about audience not knowing who he's debating because he sits down with random college kids and sandbags them on their campus. I have the recording from Politicon when they called and he backed out. I have emails from Gavin McInnes, whose show I would have never gone on, except he offered up a debate with Crowder. And
Now, here's the deal. Gavin McInnes is a actual literal Nazi. And Sam Seder is, well, obviously not. Why would Gavin McInnes get mad and lie to Sam, get mad at Crowder and lie to Sam about Crowder not showing up? It's not like they share political ideals. He could just be like, no, I lied to you about Crowder showing up just to get you to say you would show. Like, whatever. But no, he was actively mad at Steven Crowder for backing out of doing the show entirely because Sam was going to be there. He's fucking terrified.
Crowder left. And so, I think Steven is afraid of debating somebody. Look, I do a political show every day. It's
Yeah,
dry,
I don't.
it's boring.
You claim
Now, watch his body language. I know, feel like the debate was over. I just want you to watch his body language and stuff.
that just like you claim that I ducked the debate with you under a false pretense. Have I ever?
That is what the Politicon people told me.
Oh, is that what they told you? Well, so you're just lazy with your research? And if not,
Look at that. He doesn't normally do that. Like, he'll do hand gestures, but if he puts his hand over the other like that, he usually is very sturdy and still with it. He doesn't sit there and fidget with them. He's fidgeting constantly because he's so scared.
No,
Big tech
what
is-
more
you
research
continue
do
with
I
the
need?
lie.
They
You need
said
to
were
research and say,
booked.
did Steven ever accept?
They said you were.
You can even hear it in the voice too. You continue with the lie.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you.
Said
Let me
were
explain.
booked,
Hey,
and that you
whoa,
dropped
Sam,
out and you literally
Sam,
cold
sweetheart,
feet.
Sam, fake stand-up comic who we can't find any footage about online. Let
I'm
me
not a
finish.
We wouldn't. Nobody knows who you are. No, literally nobody knows who you are. You're a fake comic fake stand-up comic who nobody could find any footage of online. I'm not a stand-up comic, but I thought nobody knew who I am. Why are you searching for? You're obviously looking a lot of stuff up about me that you can't seem to find because none of it is true. You just based it on shit you came up with in your head. I don't know. Like, how do people after this? Like, I didn't even. I forgot. 5.49 million subscribers. I think yesterday it was like 5.6. Did he tank in subs? What is it? Is it Social Blade? D minus. Tanked 20k subs. views up. Okay, no, it's just stayed because his fans are idiots, but you know. He's not gaining subs. Yeah, no, overall he's lost 20K. Or no, yeah, he's down 50% on growth, which makes sense. People who may have wanted to watch him he just got blown out a couple days ago, and this trend will probably continue. You can just apply for a YouTube partnership on Social Blade. Interesting. Anyways,
How do we solve very serious problems in our society and in the world? Well, we talk about it. We research these issues. We have debates and conversations. We vote for politicians. We enact governmental systems. They're all pretty far from perfect, and things don't usually work out all that well, but we seem to get by, or at least we have gotten by pretty well in human history. There have been some pretty bad moments, some very serious wars and conflicts, and it seems like things are really heating up today. That we're in some kind of culture war, cold civil war, call it whatever you want, but people have actually lost their lives here. The media, of course, clearly plays to one side. I will tell you this. Whatever the solutions may be, there are people who are actively seeking to exploit and make money and manipulate egotists, grifters, call them whatever you want. I don't care for drama. I can't stand personal level drama content, and so it's hard to know where that line begins and where it ends. The story, of course, without waiting too long, is about Sam Seder, who is a left political commentator, ambushing Steven Crowder. Crowder had agreed to do a discussion/debate with Ethan Klein of the H3H3 podcast. And Ethan, of course, is a drama, pop culture personality. I don't think anyone should have expected him to actually do a political debate.
true.
He instead brought in Sam Seder. Now, there's a lot of reasons for this, but I will just point out. Ethan and the content he makes is drama, pop culture, like I said. And when he weighs into political spaces, it's actually very damaging to our discourse. Not saying that he's not allowed to. I'm not saying, let's read.
So,
Steven Crowder is being mocked online after he had a meltdown when he
Yes.
was tricked into debating Sam Seder in the latest episode of the H3 podcast with Ethan Klein. Well, this is obviously Lamonti.
let's
Phil
see.
Lamonti, you may recognize him. We've had, you may recognize him because he's a very famous musician, but we've had him on the IRL podcast. He said lots of people talking about the Crowder H3H3 Sam Seder thing. I just don't see how anyone in that looks good. Cedar and H3H3 look dishonest, and Crowder does look like he skipped out. They can come up with all the reasons they like, but they all look bad. I disagree. I mostly agree they look bad, but
um, you realize that political content, especially with the way that they've restructured the way that things get put out, like the way that the algorithm promotes things, pushes down political content that's not from MSNBC, CNN, Fox News. Like even the Young Turks gets viewer suppression in that regard. They don't get promoted.
Crowder was right to engage in conversation with H3H3. If Ethan Klein wants to engage in a political debate, which misinforms and could cause Sam Seder, quote tweeted me.
I thought we had DMs.
We'd love to have them. Long story short. Well, Sam Seder quote tweeted me. I said, someone tweeted at me saying, you're lying. Why won't you debate Sam Seder? Blah, blah, blah. And I said, we had 110 million views in the past 30 days. This was September. If they were interested in...
Oh, is this about the debates with the COVID thing? Because he wanted people to go in studio. We wouldn't debate him over Zoom or anything. So Sam backed out of that because he wasn't going to go sit in somebody else's studio. I guarantee that's what this is.
Win, I think they'd take it. Seems like they're actually scared. I genuinely mean that. I'm not trying to go to anybody. I genuinely mean that. I have invited, I've invited a lot of people to come on the show. They won't do it. One of the, you know what? I think we'll get a little spicy this time around. I've invited Shu on Head more than once. People keep asking why I won't have her on. Well, she won't come on. Maybe she's scared.
Shu's not a debater, so that explains that.
I like Shoe on Head. She's funny. But there are a lot of people who just cannot stand up to scrutiny. Why? Do you think I'm scared of being wrong or being challenged? Absolutely not. Come to my house, prove me wrong, and I'll say, okay. Michael Malice came to my house. I was defending cops. Michael Malice said, here's my argument. I said, Michael, that's a really good argument. I agree. Changed my mind. People started tweeting at Michael saying, good job changing Tim's mind. Yes, because you give me good argument and logic. I'll calculate it, and I'll accept it.
Vosh, he won't mention him, but Vosh also kind of implanted a few seeds into his mind. So
That's true for Vosh. That's true for Destiny. That's
boom. Yep. Okay. He does mention Vosh. It's true for Vosh. It's true for Destiny. Which, honestly, now here's an interesting thing. I'll give Tim Pool some credit for this. He actually does kind of change his mind, and from what I understand, changes his content slightly around that.
That's true for any leftist who wants to come on. So, at the time, I said, I get all these views and they won't come on. It's regardless of whether or not they look good or bad, it's this big audience, right? Or maybe it's that they would sit here, have no way to answer certain very serious questions, and they would look bad and they don't want to do that. Well, Sam Seder said to me, invitation accepted. How Instagram where I show the studio. But these people, these grifters, it's all they do. It's all they know. So, of course, and Luke aren't going to be looking at a screen at in-person studio, right? Take a look at my Instagram where I show the studio we built. I did not build a Skype studio. Ian, Lydia, and Luke aren't going to be looking at a screen and debating Sam Seder. I don't do a debate show. But these people, these grifters, it's all they do. It's all they know. So, of course, my response. We are booked Monday. The show is live, 8 p.m. Awesome.
Okay.
Hey, look, I got no beef setup. My Skype where we're going through things, being honest and fair. And I will tell you this. I will always steel man my opponents. Do you know what that means? Strong now invited Vosh to come back, and you can see it publicly on Twitter. I've even said to him, choose, if you want to pick anybody you want to come with you, by all means let me know. And he said, don't worry about it, because I don't want to ambush anybody. But I do want to have other personalities in for a larger conversation. Lefty fans are hooting and hollering and cheering and all that stuff to a motel nearby. We hang out for 2 hours and talk about current events. I can do a group chat to connect you. If you want, you can just send me your email. We can set it up. He responded, I can't fly down to D.C. I do a daily 3-hour show. You don't do any remotes? We set up the show back in January. This is for me. In person only. We don't have a way to connect everyone to a Skype call or to display it. We've rejected some centrist and right-wing people for the same thing, so I take no issue if it can't be done. We can try to find a time when you're free to travel, but I get it. It's one of the challenges of getting guests. You and Hassan Piker, host your own content. I have rejected it, just 70 or a phone call. There's very going to Sam Seder fly down. We would love to find time. Understand if you can't because you host. What did Sam say? I took it at face value and I respected him and said, I understand.
Okay, yeah, so that's exactly what it is. Okay, so Sam Seder expected a Zoom or Skype kind of interview, conversation, or whatever, because that's what he does. He hosts his own show, 3 fucking hours. He figured that they would be talking over some sort of call system, and but what? Why? So no, he's not gonna go. I mean, Hassan also did the same thing. I don't see you calling him a grifter because he wouldn't go. If that's your only fucking DMs here. He mentioned COVID in the DM. COVID hasn't affected you, but you're bringing people into studio? No, when we actually stopped guests for a while over it, Rogan never did. Then we started up the past month or so again. Maybe if I have a day off. But there's more messages. You can see that. There's more messages that he sent. Are you gonna pull those up. No? Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, no, there's Heated Tim at 21:36.
For his pop culture crap. He doesn't know what he's talking about, so he would rather watch people suffer if it gives him a few extra bucks. That's Ethan Klein. You know what? It's fine, Ethan. Do your pop culture comedy stuff. It's funny stuff. I got no issue with that. But don't come into this space where people are trying to have very serious conversations about how people live and how people might die if we don't solve certain.
Bro, he just said if you're not a scientist and you can't do the research yourself that way, just listen to the fucking CDC. That's it. Politics bleeds over into pop culture. It does. They're not mutually exclusive things, Tim Pool, you stupid fuck. So, this is their coping method. They're just trying to call him a grifter because he backed out of a debate with Tim Pool in an in-person studio during the second wave of the pandemic, and he publicly admits this. Like, yeah, no, I'm not going to fucking studio. So, I'm not entirely sure how people could think that these people are smart. I really don't. Now, however, look at that. Dear Crowder, you claim to be against communism, and yet you just got publicly owned. Curious. I love this. I do. I love this. Complete with the Turning Point USA thing on the bottom. Like, phenomenal. Alright, close the Twitter. It has been a little bit of a time since I started, and so I would like to take a short break. I gotta pee, and I need to move. So I will be back in like 4.5 minutes. All right. So just maybe a little bit longer, but here you go. Take this.
The kid's too smart to ever learn, too on fire to feel
All right, and we are back. What do you think? Good little transition to let you know I'm coming, right? And it's kind of hype. Shit's dope. All right, we're gonna go with a bit of the Jimmy Dore. All right, from Sam Seder's perspective. And Sam Seder and I are going to pretty much agree here. I might point out some things that I think Sam doesn't, but Jimmy Dore really is repulsive. He's a disgusting human, and he's very dumb. So Sam's going to point out how bad his method of argumentation is. I'm also going to point out if I think Sam misses anything, and I'm going to point out where he messes up in his arguments.
Overall, I think pressure on politicians is good. If the important thing is that it, from my perspective, that the good faith, like what is the agenda in pressuring the politicians? And at the end of the day,
YouTube views isn't sufficient.
well, it's not even just YouTube views. I mean, but put that aside for a moment. Like, but there is that is always an incentive, I think, for everybody on this platform, for some maybe more than others, but we all respond to that on some level. Like nobody likes to be,
and that's also why she responded, by the way. Let's just be very clear.
Right.
You wouldn't have responded if he had 1,000 YouTube followers.
Correct. And but I think what's becoming clear, and what is clear with Jimmy Dore in particular, is that this is not about pressuring politicians to do something. This is not about a long-term strategy to empower the most progressive forces in the Democratic Party to get real change.
True.
This is about him trying to prove, and it's an easy thing to do, at least in terms of what his requirements for proof are, him trying to prove that they're all frauds. And that, that is like those.
Actually get to.
The movement building and the structural things about the Democratic is that Katie Halper segment.
Here we go.
With who's on there? Stoller, Brianna, and Gray, and Jimmy Dore.
And like they are asking for things, but I think, and they're getting things. They're getting some representation on committees. It's insider.
Fuck you. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself with your fucking committee, fuckface. You fucking egghead nerd. I don't give a fuck about your committee shit. Nobody voted for her for a fucking committee. Why don't you stop saying that stupid
All right, now pause
shit?
it.
Now, yeah, Sam, I'm with you. Pause it. First things first. What's the first thing you notice? Random jerk off, like just double fist handies, and then screaming at his opponent, fuck off with your committees. Which, I mean, committee assignments aren't necessarily a bad thing, you know. Depends on how you use them, and AOC and the squad have been mildly effective in that regard. Now, again, they could be doing more. All of the Democratic Party could be doing more, but they don't because they're fucking ineffective. Mostly on purpose, by the way. Democrats can fundraise more if there's a Republican fucking shit up in office rather than them not doing anything in office. So they'd rather a Democrat be in office. Now, they don't consider the alternative that if they're actually doing good shit consistently, then they'll get funding from people. But, you know, it's all about them big instant bucks into their bank account.
Second. Pause it for one second. I want to, you know, this isn't as long of a clip as we should be playing, but understand, we'll go back to it. But yeah, you know, Dore likes, no, he likes Stoller. This is him. This is like a sort of a road comic-y thing to do, like where you get like, you know, you sort of, I'm not really bullying you, but I'm going to bully you type of thing. But whatever. I mean, it's just.
I think he's trying to bully him.
Well, he is to a certain extent, but what happens is Jimmy gets nervous when there's any type of nuance or anything, you know, anything that is like, it's not even intellectual. Like, you know, he's not. He's not talking theory here. He's just talking about like, hey, you know, this actually is not, nobody has a magic wand. Like, you need to have power to exercise power.
When we're engaging in politics, that's when he gets nervous. When it's not just emotion and vitriol, that's when he gets nervous. Right. When you actually have to make tough decisions on how things are going to happen. And again, a Medicare for all vote. I was more in your camp, Sam, before this when I thought about it, you know, oh, that's one good thing to leverage. But I don't even think it is a good thing to leverage. We already know the over 100 co-sponsors on the Medicare for all bill. We know that from last year. It's not going to have changed this time around. It's going to fail, and that could hurt Medicare for all going forward. It's infinitely more important to leverage those committee chairships because he doesn't understand how politics works. That would change things, like Richie Neal being the chair of Ways and Means. That's a massive impediment to progressive change, but he is not interested in understanding that. And what Nomi said earlier, I think, is really important. The fact that he is preying on people and their hurt and their emotion and lack of representation in Democratic leadership, and making them basically nihilists and misleading them into thinking that Ocasio-Cortez, one of like the 4 people fighting for us, is the problem. That's who you should direct your anger to. Potentially because she's a woman. I mean, I get that vibe. I really do. And I know that Francesca Fiorentini faced ridiculously insane sexist attacks from him in DMs and stuff.
Oh, well, this guy,
like, that's where it is. Clear. That's where it resides.
Jimmy pretends like I don't exist, but it took about 4 seconds before he would respond to Jamie's tweet. Yep. I mean, let's face it. I mean, let's be clear here.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jimmy's criticism is a function of misogyny. I just know that when that he loves to go after women, and
now that is the thing. So notice there's a pattern here with Jimmy Dore. He goes after AOC, Pramila Jayapal, Ilhan Omar, Jamie Peck. Pretty sure he's gone after Nomiki. Goes after Anna Kasparian. Laughs about sexual harassment. Like, every single person he really goes after is a woman.
And when it comes to actually having a conversation with someone who is very similarly situated to him, we both came from comedy. We both are old. and like literally at one point, I ran into him at I don't know, Netroots. We had the same suit, the exact same suit that I got at Gentleman's Warehouse over here. I mean, that's how similarly situated we are. But for whatever reason, he's a little nervous about engaging me with this, but let's play this whole clip because I want people to have the context. It's not just Jimmy doing this, but understand he is ignoring the reality. And then you need to ask yourself why. Like what is he doing? The idea that you would attack
Oh, and I just thought about something. The video that we just watched a minute ago with or skimmed over the Tim Pool one. We kind of looked for DMs and stuff, and he says that Sam Seder is an MSNBC shill, and he has the DMs to prove it. And his DMs were just about how he backs out of a debate in a studio in person during the second wave of COVID, like the height of the pandemic, and he backs out of that like a smart person. Vosh went in. I don't know why. I don't necessarily 100% disagree because he did go in and put in work, but I mean, it wasn't the smartest move. Anyways, Sam took a smarter approach. He's like, no, I'm not going in to do an in-person thing. He does have his show to run and everything. So
AOC in this way. Like, it's one thing, like, look, I've seen critiques of AOC from people who are, full on socialists or communists. And they say, yeah, of course, like she's part of the capitalist mechanism, and ultimately her what she is espousing is fundamentally a maintenance of the capitalist system. And even if it is making it a reforming aspects of it, and even if she has a capitalist critique, et cetera, that's perfectly legitimate. People have different ideas of what politics should be. But in terms of her functioning within the context of a system that I can assure you, Jimmy Dore does not have a problem with capital accumulation.
Exactly.
That
that's it.
Functioning within the context of that and working for the people that supposedly Jimmy Dore is out there fighting for, like she's the last person that you want to disempower. It's one thing to pressure, but you don't want to disempower, because that's it, folks. The rest of it is just sitting around and masturbating, with all due respect. But let's play this whole segment just so that we can
that's
be
about right, though. Come on.
Represent it fairly.
Supposed to extract something for your vote. Whatever it is, you're supposed to extract. Guess who did that last time? The Blue Dogs. Guess who won't do it this time? The Progressives.
So this is
the Blue Dogs have more power than the Progressives in any situation, and Jimmy Dore doesn't understand how power differentials work. He just doesn't. He doesn't understand politics. He really doesn't. Like, okay, so there's a lot of people who throw around accusations that other people don't understand politics, and for the most part, I think they're bullshit. All right. Mike from PA says that Bosch doesn't understand politics, and that's an absolute lie. Some people say that Mike from PA doesn't understand politics, and that's a lie. There are people who say Brianna Joy Gray doesn't understand politics, and I don't think that that's actually a lie. I just don't think she's as good at politics as she would like to be. I'm not as good at politics as I would like to be, so I can admit this. Like, I'm not some political genius or whatever, but I just kind of look at shit and think about how we could improve things, and I would like to be able to have, like, decent conversations with people to figure out that are, well educated on different topics, to figure out how well some of these ideas could work, and the kind of ground pressure we could use to get them implemented. So, if anyone knows anyone, anything like that, we could set something up. But outside of that, yeah. Who else? People say Sam Seder doesn't know politics, and that's an absolutely laughable notion. I just truly think that Jimmy Dore does not know politics like that. Out of all the people on the planet that try and do political things, would say that Jimmy Dore is the one who knows the least about politics. And he's been in it a while, and he still doesn't know a goddamn thing. I've been in it not long, and I almost guarantee I know more about Jimmy Dore, more than Jimmy Dore does about politics.
Tweeted positively about your campaign because I like that you're saying they need to ask for things. And one of the things AOC responded to me and said, actually, we have asked for things, and we're not being public with what we're asking for. But
it's a secret. It's a secret what they're asking for. It's a secret.
Real, but it's not. I mean, I know some of the. I mean, AOC is not the lead negotiator. That would be Pramila Jayapal. And like they are asking for things. But I think, and they're getting things. They're getting some representation on committees. It's insider.
Fuck off. Fuck you. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself with your fucking committee, fuckface. You fucking egghead nerd. I don't give a fuck about your committee shit. Nobody voted for her for a fucking committee. Why don't you stop saying that stupid shit?
No,
You're supposed to get extractions for your vote. Well, they're getting some extractions. They're getting like representation on committees and stuff like that as well, and they're not being public with all the stuff they're asking for. You know, which I think that is actually a mistake, but that's up to Pramila Jayapal. It should be public what they were asking for, honestly, in my opinion. But again, not a political genius. I don't have any degrees in a relevant field, but neither does Jimmy Dore. Yeah, so he's yelling about how their concessions weren't enough at this point.
That's directed at Matt, not at Jayapal.
Fucking Matt.
I have a point here.
Yeah, you fucking bet you do. It's called a Poindexter. That's a fucking stupid thing to say.
Okay. The point.
So funny, guys.
A space of healing. And
I had a point. And then I forgot it.
I feel that I can say this because I love Matt, and he's valuable, and he knows that.
Yeah, we just got to knock him upside the head a little bit.
And I hope he knows I'm saying this all with
you get to yell at me too.
I hope he understands I mean this all with a comedic undertone.
No, I get it. I think really
in other words, I don't have a real those material benefits that are going to build power. I don't have a real response to it, and it undercuts my entire argument. So I'm going to respond comedically in such a way that I shout.
Yep, absolutely. Matter of fact, while we're on it,
About a year ago, we had an interview with David Dole, and it was a really interesting interview, and it was all about how should progressives vote, and popular and meticulously researched show. It is David Dole from the Rational National, or the National Rational. What is it? Which way?
Rational National.
Okay.
Though a lot of people make that mistake. So. Yeah.
Boy, I'm a good host. You think I would remember the name of your show that I'm introducing? I have it right here too. I have everything written down. This is what I should say. David Dole is a video producer, writer, and social media specialist. Show the in.
Great.
Yeah, that was it. Okay.
Yeah.
Dave Anthony from the Dollop was on California like 3 years ago
right.
or 2 years.
Steph.
Is that where remember if you know what? I was such a knucklehead that night because I didn't realize what a big deal that was that Ro Khanna was there. Like he comes in the green room. I'm like, hey, you want a martini? And I'm drinking.
It was hard to foresee though, like how important Ro Khanna would eventually come to be. So yeah, that was sort of his like first big public appearance was kind of on your show, and then from there he sort of grew his name after that.
Yeah, a lot of progressives like to use our show as a springboard, and then they never look back. They never like, huh? I didn't see. No, Ro's been on our show since, so he's a good guy. Although
Okay, now this is a recurring theme with Jimmy as well, as outside of the misogynistic attacks. Um, you don't have any integrity unless you come on my show. You're a shill because you stopped coming on my show. Rokan is a good guy because he's been back on my show. Like, what? No, not everything is about people going on your show.
So, what do you make of when a guy like Rokan is wishy-washy on Venezuela and stuff like that? And does it bother you?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of internal pressures that we're not so aware of, and sometimes there may be trade-offs behind the scenes. Whereas
You know what? I'm sure this is
Yes, they were.
All right.
okay.
Jimmy, you there?
Yes, I am here.
Were your ears burning?
Yes, they were.
All right. Well, to be fair, I gave you a heads up that we were going to do this.
Now, Sam, if you're gonna do this kind of blindsiding with me without any warning whatsoever or heads up or even give me a chance to rebut you, that is so dishonest.
Well, Jimmy's funny. I did send him an email and tell him to do this, but it was to be fair. It was also last night that I did that. So
Maybe send me an email maybe the night before to let me know you're going to do this.
Well, I appreciate you having a sense of humor about it. But talk to me about it, because I still have more of your tape, and we can go over that tape.
Sam, I like you. I like your show. I would come on your show whenever you want me to come on. So all you do is a little email or a text or something. Let me know you're going to be ripping me a new asshole, and I'll show up.
Well, I'm trying to overlay it on your existing one, if it makes you feel better.
Hey, you know what? Actually, I'm getting a little bit of the delay or something. It's coming back in my ear feed.
It's the libertarian thing. I think it's Peter Thiel.
Can I try? It's a little distracting, so can I call back in?
Let me call you back on a different line. I'll call you right
me,
back.
Okay?
All right.
All right, thank you.
All right. Well, we'll call Jimmy back. I did, in fact, I should say, before people start freaking out. I did invite Jimmy on last night, and he said he couldn't make it.
Dore texting and
He can. He was just driving around. That's all he was doing.
Hello, Jimmy Dore, irresponsible journalist. How are you?
Are you on the 405 right now?
I'm on the 10. I'm texting and I'm watching a TV show at the same time while I'm driving. That's how reckless I am.
I was going to say, irresponsible driver as well. All right, Jimmy. So
yeah.
I mean, what's your response? I haven't gotten to the other parts yet. But
no, I think first of all, Sam, just because you've been right up to this point doesn't mean I'm still not pissed off at you.
Well, I mean, but we had this debate, and to watch this, I mean, it really is upsetting to me. Because
now let me just say, your point about the Supreme Court. My position on the Supreme Court is that right now, like you said, he's not your first choice. I'm with you on that. I'll just say this: right now, the Republicans aren't even giving a guy who they called a perfect choice. Right? They loved him. Right? Orrin Hatch said he'd be the best choice, and then they won't even give him a hearing or a meeting without batting an eye for a year. This is the argument we had before.
God, this is so hard to understand, Jimmy. Through.
So why wouldn't the Democrats, let's say if Donald Trump nominates a maniac, why wouldn't they say, no, why don't you nominate Merrick Garland?
Well, Jimmy, this was the next thing I was going to get to. I understand. You're saying, why can't the Democrats do this?
Right.
You said on the tape here that the Republicans are filibustering. They're not filibustering.
No, they're not filibustering. That was you correct. You correct.
The Democrats,
they're not.
The Democrats, there is no one who has ever even speculated that it's possible for Donald Trump to win the presidency and for the Democrats to take back the Senate. Those two things cannot happen. And so the Democrats don't have the ability to not provide a hearing for Donald Trump's nominee. There's no way the Republicans are going to go 4 years without a hearing on. They can maybe get away with this with.
See, this is very interesting. 4 years ago, he was still on the Young Turks. I was actually watching the Young Turks about 5 years ago. This is how I knew who Jimmy Dore was. Similar with Dave Rubin. These people put on a really good mask at first, and the longer they go on, the more they can differentiate themselves, the more they can express their actual, like, political opinions. Dave Rubin, I'm pretty sure, was always a conservative outside of the fact that he's gay. And he played as a liberal to be accepted, to find places to be accepted, and earn money until he got picked up by the left grift crowd. I'm pretty sure Jimmy Dore is in a similar boat. I don't think he's a full-on, like, alt-right or anything like that, but I do think that he's just a blind, empty, vacuous populist. Anything that's anti-establishment, he vibes with. Instead of having any sort of, critical thought on the thing.
With Obama, and they can play out the clock for 6 or 7 months because there's a huge presidential election going on, so the media has been distracted somewhat. But I can tell you that in January, there's only going to be one story. Maybe there'll be two. One will be how, if Hillary Clinton's the president, one will be how the Republicans are threatening to shut down the government again. And the other one will be they're refusing to hold hearings for her nominee. And that will just go on and on because there's not going to be anything else that's going on. It's going to be a fundamentally different media era. So I don't think they're going to be able to hold out for 4 years. And Democrats certainly wouldn't be able to hold out for 4 years because they don't believe in the destruction of the Senate as an institution in the way that Republicans do. And frankly, I'm glad about that.
Okay, so you don't. So here's my theory. I'll just give you my theory: is that if the Republicans can do this to a guy like Merrick Garland, that they've already said is a great justice, for a whole year without batting an eye and paying no political price for it, I say the Democrats will be able to filibuster someone that Donald Trump nominated, and then in 2 years, the Senate, in my opinion, it would flip to Republican just because of. I agree with Chris Hayes when he says that if Donald Trump becomes president, it's the destruction of the Republican Party, and Paul Ryan is not going to usher any of his crazy policies through Congress. So they fracture, and the Senate flips to Democrat. They were saying it was almost going to happen this year. But,
yeah, but you know the difference between, Jimmy, surely you know the difference between how many Senate Republicans are running for re-election this year versus 2 years from now, right? You know the difference, right? We have 2/3 of the race are Senates, are Republicans up for a race, and in 2 years we have 2 times the number of Democrats who are up for re-election. So the idea of the Democrats taking back the Senate in 2018 is an extreme long shot. The idea that Paul Ryan may not pursue any of Donald Trump's crazy legislation, but he will pursue Paul Ryan's crazy legislation, and Donald Trump will surely sign it. Why wouldn't he?
Okay, so
you're going to let Paul Ryan? Would you want Paul Ryan to be president? This guy wants to privatize Medicare. He wants to privatize Social Security. He wants to cut any type of social safety net. He wants to get rid of the estate taxes.
Yeah.
Why is his agenda any better than Donald Trump's? Even if you believe Donald Trump is not even going to do anything except for sign legislation, that's bad enough.
True.
Yeah, Sam, we're on the same side most things. I'll just disagree with
Jimmy,
you.
no, wait a second. No, we're not. Because
What do
politically.
we I mean, except for Hillary Clinton and the Supreme Court, we disagree 100% on that. And I think that if Donald Trump is president, it's way worse for the Republicans. And if Hillary Clinton is, I agree with Chris Hayes when he says Hillary Clinton is good for the Republican Party and Donald Trump is bad for it. I agree.
That and see, that's the. I'd never seen this before. I really have never watched this debate before. How the fuck do you have such a brain dead take? The Republicans were waiting for somebody who could just come out and be an open fucking racist to embolden them so that they didn't feel like they had to hide it anymore, because this is stuff being spewed by the president. And once you started hearing it come out of his mouth on the campaign trail, which is something that, I mean, honestly, that's around the time that I really started like moving left, like sprinting left. I didn't trickle left after the 2016 election. I found more and more leftist theory and stuff and just ran for it. All right. So this brain dead analysis here, I cannot understand. Donald Trump is going to be bad for the Republican Party, and Hillary Clinton will be good for it. Instead of thinking, oh, both of these things could actually be good for the Republican Party in different ways, because Hillary Clinton is hated and is a ghoul, and, well, Donald Trump is essentially a white nationalist. Can't call him a Nazi, proto-fascist, yes, racist, yes, but you can't actually call him a Nazi. Maybe Nazi sympathizer in some regards, probably more of a fascist sympathizer, wannabe authoritarian, but he gives way more support to Israel than the Nazis like, so they're mad at that.
I agree with that too. But in the meantime, we have a Supreme Court that is going to be moved to the right for generations.
So
In the
I disagree with
meantime,
you on that. I mean, you haven't given me an argument that rebuts what I said. That the Democrats could easily filibuster any bad appointee, and they could say, "Hey, until you give us someone as good as Merrick Garland, we're going to keep filibustering this." And all we have to do is do it for 2 years. And my proof that they could do it is that the Republicans are doing it to a guy like Merrick Garland, who they already said they like, without batting an eye for a year. So I just disagree with you on this, Sam, on the Supreme Court. I just disagree.
and what about when Justice Breyer or Justice Ginsburg pass away or retire?
Yeah, I mean,
so they're going to filibuster. They're gonna prevent 2 vacancies from being filled, and then you think based on that in the context of American society as you know it, without a presidential election going on, that the Democrats are going to retake the Senate, even though they have twice as many people up for re-election?
I mean, Sam, did you think that Hillary Clinton was a stronger candidate than Bernie Sanders against the Republicans?
No.
You didn't? You always thought Bernie Sanders was a stronger candidate than Hillary Clinton against the Republicans?
Yeah. I mean, particularly against Donald Trump.
Which is true. I was watching Sam Seder at this point in time. And Sam was always saying that Bernie is the best candidate that we've got. He didn't pass the threshold due to fuckery, but you know, he still did phenomenally. I disagree that Trump was going to be bad for the Republicans and Hillary was going to be good. I think both of them were going to be good, as I stated earlier. They were both good for the Republicans, that is, more specifically. What's bad for the Republicans? And besides, I mean, the Republican Party is bloodthirsty. Them holding up standard issue things in the government, like, you know, nominations for a Supreme Court justice, and just not bothering, that's something that Republicans love. However, the Democrats have a fatal flaw of, you know, actually liking the institutions to do their fucking job appropriately. That's the liberal flaw here. Something that I actually kind of share. I would like our institutions to be doing their jobs properly, the way that I perceive them to be properly, and other leftists in my camp. And so, If Democrats tried to do that, there would be outcry from their own base. They would get people very angry with them. So, Republicans have a massive advantage in this field of filibuster and of holding up any sorts of legislation or nominations, anything like that. Anything that stops the government from doing any fucking work, the Republicans are all for. They love it. Democrats get more irritated by it. As is evidenced by the government shutdown under Trump. Whenever he shut down the government. Like, liberals were upset, not just because Trump shut down the government, but because their shit wasn't doing it. You know, their government wasn't working.
Oh, I thought I had you on that one. God damn it. So I was trying to impugn your forecasting ability. I'm saying I don't agree with that forecast. You know, you're saying, what if there's 2 justices? What if there's 3 justices? I'm saying as it stands right now, the Republicans aren't even giving a hearing to a guy they say is great for a year. Why can't the Democrats do the same thing, Sam? Why can't they
Democrats are spineless, and also their base would get mad.
filibuster a bad why can't they
all the
filibuster a
things
bad
that you, well,
justice?
I don't know. Why can't I fly? Because I don't have wings. I mean, the fact is,
That's
Jimmy,
not an
is that
answer.
you are taking. I mean, the what you're talking about. There's no. You're just positing things to happen. That is like, you know, it's like dropping a marble down a pachinko ladder and just saying like, well, if it hits here and it hits there and it hits there, it's going to land here. But the fact is, none of those things can logically follow each other.
I 100% disagree with you.
Well, I know that.
What do you say about the point that Chris Hayes made and Ben Howe made from Red State? They're both in agreement that they're telling. Ben Howe is telling people, his conservative friends, to vote for Hillary if they care about the safety or the life of the Republican Party and the conservative movement. Because
Republicans were scared initially of Trump. Like, the people in Washington. The base was loving it. They tried to stop Trump from getting the nomination, and he steamrolled all of his competition because Republican voters. Here's something I truly don't understand. People like Jimmy Dore say that the people in Washington are out of touch with regular people, which is fucking true. So at this point, with that in mind, how would you possibly think, under any fucking circumstance, how could you possibly think that the GOP in Washington are in tune with the base on who is actually a good candidate to run? Someone who could win. Trump was the strongest candidate against Hillary Clinton. Everybody else tried to get down into policy and shit like that, and Hillary had way more support and blah, 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 blah. But Trump had the knowledge of how to hit certain communities that he needed to win. And he had the personality traits that they like. So they went out and voted. He was able to call Hillary out for corrupt shit, like Trump was a Democrat for years, and then he just switched over so he could run for president. Probably just because he knew Hillary was going to run, and he never liked Hillary Clinton.
Because if Donald Trump is president, it wrecks it, and they won't be able to get a governing majority, he said, for maybe decades. So you can vote for Hillary Clinton. I'm going to vote for the destruction of the Republican Party, as according to Chris Hayes and Ben Howe.
Well, I think Chris Hayes would tell you to vote for Hillary Clinton.
True.
And
I
Ben
know,
Howe.
but he's going.
Both of them did, actually. So this is kind of a look into the past. So Jimmy Dore is literally just reading superficial shit. Somebody saying that conservative friends are telling other conservatives to vote for Hillary Clinton to preserve the Republican Party because they want a more respectable looking Republican Party so they can keep passing racist type legislation under the fucking table. However, that doesn't mean Ben Howe would say don't vote for Hillary Clinton because who are you going to vote for in that election besides Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump? Who the fuck are you actually going to vote for? Oh, you don't really have another option? Your brain malfunctioned, Jimmy. That's what that was. Shut down.
Against his own logic.
I don't think he is. I suspect that maybe you're just misinterpreting what he's saying. Do I think that Donald Trump is bad for the conservative party? I mean, the conservative movement? Yes. I think he's bad for the conservative movement, whether he wins or loses. Is it bad for the Republican Party if he wins? I'll tell you what happens if he wins. What he wins is like people like Ben Howe lose. They lose their job. But there are other people who win. And those people will continue on, and they will just continue. It's not like the Republican Party is going to say, oh, what's become of us? I mean, look at the way they're reacting now.
Jimmy Dore seems to have more faith that Republicans can change than the Democrats.
Yes, I agree. So, in my idea, just let me clarify that idea of people coalescing. I mean that if Hillary Clinton is president, like right now, Barack Obama's president, he's pushing the TPP, which you pointed out, a lot of Democrats are against, right?
Right.
Yet there's a chance he still might get it through, which is why he's pushing for it, because he knows there's a chance.
Well,
so
no, he wants it to go through. That's why he's pushing it. He knows that it's in trouble. That's why he's having to work so hard. And frankly, I think that I think there's plenty of evidence that it's not going to happen, at the very least on his watch.
Yeah, that's good news, right? So,
yes,
So my point is, he helped split the opposition. Like the Democrats are like, wait a minute, my Democrat president's for this. This is some horrible right-wing policy, though. That's what I've been told. But he's for. So it splits. If it was a Republican proposing this, all the Democrats would coalesce. All the independents.
If it was a Republican proposing this, it would have passed already because they control both houses of Congress, and it would have passed.
True.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. My theory.
Do you refute that?
Do I refute that it would have already
If the
passed
president, if it was George Bush or Donald Trump right now, and you had a Republican Senate and a Republican House, that the TPP wouldn't pass? The reason why the TPP is not going to come up for a vote in the lame duck session is because it's Obama trade.
Right.
Yep. They labeled it as Obama trade, just like Obamacare. It scared people. It pissed people off. And I mean, yeah, the TPP not good necessarily, but like, there's no incentive for them to put it up to vote. But if Donald Trump proposed the exact same thing, which he did, he did. He named it different. That's it. What do you know?
So you're saying the Republicans don't want to be seen going along with anything Barack Obama does?
Right.
So you're saying that a Democrat pushing the TPP is not as bad as a Republican pushing the TPP, so we should vote Democrat?
Well, I don't think Hillary Clinton's going to push the TPP.
Honestly?
Yeah. I think it's too toxic for her at this point. I think there's too many people in the Democratic Party who are going to do it. And frankly, if you have a Republican-controlled Senate and House, yes, it's better for a Democrat to push the TPP because they're not going to give Hillary trade either. They're going to follow the exact same strategy they've.
Now, this is actually a thing that Sam should expand upon. I know the strategy he's mentioning here. If the House and the Senate stay under GOP control with a Democratic president, and that Democratic president should still push for that trade deal, because it will, A, never pass, and B, gives them opportunities to punch at the GOP, saying, hey, they're not willing to work with us on anything. This is even kind of towards their favor a little bit. And they're just not willing to work with us. Under a neoliberal fucking run, like what is happening currently under Joe Biden and what would have happened under Hillary Clinton and the circumstances that we had at that time, yeah, that would have been the best move because you could punch at them constantly over everything because they would never let anything pass.
Followed with Obama, which is obstruct. So in the same dynamic that prevented Barack Obama from cutting Social Security benefits because the Republican Party wouldn't go along with him, And then ultimately, the Democratic Party got strengthened, and they completely changed their position on it by 180 degrees. That is what I expect that dynamic to continue.
Yes, I remember when George Bush also proposed privatizing Social Security, and it was dead on arrival because
privatizing Social Security is far more extreme than simply cutting benefits.
Right, right.
But I'm in favor of expanding benefits, and the Democratic Party is now, that's the official position of the Democratic Party and all of the Democrats in the Senate.
Right. Did you know since Bernie endorsed her, Hillary stopped talking about climate change in her speeches? You know, she's exporting fracking around the world.
And the pivot, right? Jimmy's getting hammered on every fucking point. How do people watch him? He's wrong every time.
She says the Republicans...
I mean, not like every time, but a lot. His political predictions are wrong. His analysis is wrong. He doesn't actually have any, like, real solutions for a bunch of the shit. It's just hit Democrats, hit Democrats, hit Democrats, hit Democrats, hit Democrats, give Trump a pass a lot for some fucking... I don't know why.
Republicans don't accept the science of climate change. She says she does. And we all know the science says that fracking is way worse for climate change than anyone believes. And yet here she is exporting it. So that's the kind of thing, the doublespeak, that people can't give their vote to. I can't give my vote to that, Sam.
So you're going to enable the guy who thinks that climate change is a hoax because you think that's going to get us further down the line.
No. I say it's time for a revolution, and we have to throw off the neoliberal agenda, which is pro-fracking, which is anti-climate change and anti-science. And we are going to have to. Right now.
Do you think Donald Trump would have okayed the Keystone Pipeline?
Yes.
Me too. Do you think Donald Trump will do that when he gets into office?
Yes. I think he'll do all the bad things you can think of. I think
so why would you not even want to? Why would you not want to put someone in who's in position who is going to be relying on your votes to get reelected, who's going to have to address Bernie Sanders as a powerful senator in her own party? Why would you not want that person who is closer to, even if you think that she's a horrible human being who is going to continue to wreck the planet, and you and I maybe we agree on that. Why would you not want that person in charge because they are more accountable to Bernie Sanders and Bill McKibben and to the Democrats in the House who are against these things than Donald Trump, who could give F all about those people and, in fact, benefits politically from telling them to go F off.
Right. And my reason is because I'm playing a longer game. I see we obstruct Trump
How
for
much
2
time
years,
do you think we have?
2 years.
2 years?
2 years. And then 2 years we flip. By the way, and people are forgetting, that they're going to be redoing the gerrymandering based on the census that's coming up, right?
Why do you think the Democrats are going to control the state houses?
No, they're not. That's what I'm saying. That what's happened is that when Barack Obama was president, that people vote against him. On midterm elections, it goes against the incumbency. So that's what people
more often than not, but not in 2002.
Okay. So my point being that I don't think a Democratic presidency helps fix any of the problems we really need to fix. In fact, it makes a lot of them worse. And the Democrats got in bed with
So
Wall
let me
Street,
ask you
Sam.
this. If Bernie Sanders was the nominee, Jimmy, would you continue to espouse this? Because, of course, this would mean the end of the Republican Party as we know it in the conservative movement. So would you also not vote if Bernie Sanders was the nominee?
No, because Bernie Sanders isn't a neoliberal. I'm saying that people don't realize what they're getting with Hillary is not the opposite
But
of
your
Donald
theory,
Trump.
your theory of Donald Trump is that the reason why you would enable his presidency is because it's going to destroy the conservative movement. I mean, so why? And it's short term. I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you espouse this if it's only going to be 2 years and we can weather the storm and the movement? But your
Donald Trump
theory,
did.
your
Hold on.
theory of Donald Trump is that the reason why you would enable his presidency is because it's
Enable his presidency, which is honestly, I was pretty sure, a euphemism for vote for. I'm actually pretty fucking sure that Jimmy Dore voted for Donald Trump because he thought, in the first time, because he thought that it was going to facilitate the annihilation of the conservative movement as we know it. Which, I mean, good fucking job. It kind of was the annihilation of the one as we know it. Now it's fucking Nazis. Where did all these fucking Nazis come from? Jimmy?
going to destroy the conservative movement. I mean, so why? And it's short term. I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you espouse this if it's only going to be 2 years and we can weather the storm and the Democrats could? Why would you support Bernie Sanders?
Well, it's a risk assessment, right? So right now, if my choices are Donald Trump or neoliberal, warmongering Hillary Clinton in bed with Wall Street frackers and the big pharma, I'm going to say the risk, I'll take that risk of Donald Trump destroying the Republican Party. But if I get a real progressive that the country is behind and he can raise awareness and consciousness about what it means to be a real socialist, that we're the richest country the face of the earth has ever seen, and we can afford universal health care, and we can afford a college for everybody, and we can regulate Wall Street and have a good economy, I'll take that bet. That's my risk assessment there. But if my risk...
Wait. Did Jimmy Dore just say a real socialist and then just regulate the economy? Does Jimmy Dore think that socialism is when the government does stuff? I mean, I think Bernie is a real socialist, but lumping those two things together without saying that that's not actually socialism, he just said, I'll take that. This heavily implies to me that he thinks that that is what socialism is. And I'm now very worried.
risk assessment, my choices are Hillary and Donald, that's a different risk.
And so you have basically said that you've basically said that the Supreme Court is irrelevant in this assessment too, right? Because let me just get this clear. Because the Democrats are going to filibuster for 2 years, then the Democrats are going to take over the Senate, and then they're going to continue to filibuster for another 2 years. And because of the collapse of the Republican Party, we're going to get a Democrat that you can support. Who might that be? Do you have an idea 4 years out who the Democrat you're going to support for president is? Or is it going to be Jill Stein?
I like Elizabeth Warren.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's not bad. Liking Elizabeth Warren is okay. She's not a socialist. She's not even that great of a lefty candidate, which tells me how much of a leftist Jimmy Dore really is. And wait for it, does he say it?
Okay, so you think Elizabeth Warren is going to run 4 years, and she's going to get elected, and then everything's going to be fine? That's the plan?
I mean, Sam, my plan is to filibuster any bad nominees that Donald Trump nominates, and we come to a compromise. Hey,
so
Merrick
you
Garland's
think the
our
Democrats
compromise.
can maintain a filibuster over the course of those 4 years if there's 2 vacancies or 3 vacancies?
Yeah, you think that Donald Trump can keep nominating maniacs to the Supreme Court?
Wait a second. Hold on. We had... Yeah. Okay. We had the nomination of Gorsuch to fill the spot that Merrick Garland was supposed to take. We had the nomination of Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett. Trump got 3 seats. What Sam Seder said absolutely happened.
Years if there's 2 vacancies or 3 vacancies.
Look,
way, do you think that Donald Trump can keep nominating maniacs to the Supreme Court who isn't a compromised judge? Why can't we force him to nominate a compromised judge? Why wouldn't we put the pressure on him? By the way, you act like
I would
there
just
won't be
say
scandals.
Thomas,
There will be constant
Alito,
scandals,
Roberts.
constant scandals surrounding Donald Trump. He will be the most ineffective president. This whole idea that somehow he will be equal standing when he nominates someone to the Supreme Court is ridiculous. They're gonna rip him a new one every time he does something. He will be over scrutinized. Hillary won't be as scrutinized as
You're
him.
going to have a
I'm afraid of
Democratic
her.
Senate and Congress for 2 years. They're going to be able to pass every single piece of legislation they want.
Yup.
You're saying
Republican.
in 2 years, well,
You're going to have a
saying
Republican
this-
House, a Republican Senate, a Republican
for 2
president
years.
for 2 years.
For 2 years. Yeah, I know this is my risk assessment. My risk assessment is that when Donald Trump proposes crazy stuff, we can coalesce, we can block him. Also, the Democrats can filibuster horrible stuff in the Senate. I'm saying
Nuclear option. I'm sorry. Hey, it turns out that my stuff doesn't go through my thing if I'm not also monitoring. Which I was. Sorry. I wanted to hear how the mic is sounding right now. I think I need to do a little bit more tweaking on the equalizer, but whatever. But yeah, does anybody here know what the nuclear option is in the Senate? I'll go ahead and explain it regardless. Yeah, the nuclear option is a thing that you can do when you want to get something done, and there are people trying to filibuster and block your stuff, and so you only need 50 votes. And I'm pretty sure they had more than 50 votes during the beginning of Trump's first term. Well, the beginning of Trump's term. He only had the one. So, for the first 2 years, they were able to do whatever they wanted.
fight, don't give in.
Okay. Well, I mean, you've made your case.
It doesn't sound. I mean, Sam, I understand we disagree, and I could be wrong. I'm saying this is my risk.
No, Jimmy,
assessment.
you're wrong.
I don't think it's because.
Yeah, he was. Absolutely. He was then, he is now.
I don't understand.
Yeah, it is.
Because I don't
It is.
understand what's
It
going
is.
on.
It is because you
What
don't because the idea that Peter Thiel and Merrick Garland would rule the same and there would be no demonstrable difference is absurd. It's absurd, Jimmy. I'm sorry. It's absurd.
That's not, no.
It's
That's
absurd.
not my idea. That's not. I don't know. I agree. I don't even know who Peter Thiel is that much. So I that's not my idea. That was what. That's. I'm not trying to throw my friend Steve under the bus, but that's not my main point. And I'll concede that point that Peter Thiel. I don't even know who he is really.
The
So
idea that the
I don't-
Democrats, the idea that the Democrats are going to take back the Senate and are going to be able to filibuster for 2 years, and assuming that no other vacancy opens up, also ignores all of the political history of this country. I've never heard of a 2-year failure to fill a Supreme Court seat, and certainly not during a time where there's no other news, and not during a time where the Republicans are going to control both houses. I'm sorry, it's just it's absurd.
You know what
Jimmy.
else?
It's absurd.
You know what I never
it's a
You know what else
screenplay.
I never heard of? Is that
This is
war
amazing.
crimes
This is absolutely amazing. Holy shit. Yeah, Jimmy Dore was wrong about literally everything. Sam's just like, what if there's up to 3 Supreme Court justices over the course of Trump's term? Do you think that the Democrats can just keep blocking them? And Jimmy's like, yeah, they can totally just block him all the time. Nope. What do you know? They managed to shove in Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. 3 Supreme Court justices. Sam called that. Fucking literally everything. Jimmy saying he's playing a longer game and now he's losing his mind because 4 progressives in the House haven't turned us into Scandinavia in 2 years. Do you think that Trump will keep nominating maniacs to the Supreme Court? Jimmy Dore 2016. Sam's predictions about McConnell and the filibuster is picture perfect. Every time Jimmy laughs is when the last 4 years have proven him wrong.
Being ordered at the top of government and nobody prosecuting them. I never heard of that.
You've never heard of that? Because that has been basically the history of this country.
I never heard of our government suspending habeas corpus, which is in the Magna Carta. They did that. I couldn't believe what they did.
Under a Republican president with Republican justice.
Yeah, I mean, how dumb do you have to be? Well, you have to be Jimmy Dore dumb.
I can't believe we have a surveillance state right now. I can't believe you want me to vote for a candidate who was full-throated supporting going in and destabilizing the Middle East.
No, Jimmy, wait, Jimmy, I don't want you to vote for anybody. I don't want you to, listen, no, Jimmy, you're missing my point. I don't want you to vote. I don't care who you vote for. You live in California. What I want you to do is to stop offering theories about politics on your platform that are bogus, that are not.
I think I just proved to you they're not bogus, Sam. You haven't proved that they're bogus at all.
You didn't,
that you said it.
and Sam did. Prove that they're bogus.
I think I just kind of showed you how you're wrong about all this stuff, and you're voting out of fear again. Out of fear. Oh, because there might be 2 Supreme Court judges. What if there's 3? What if the moon falls into Lake Michigan? What are we going to do then?
Now, Jimmy, let's talk about risk assessment. Do you think there's a difference in the probability that 2 80-year-olds with multiple cases of cancer are going to serve out their term versus the moon falling into Lake Michigan?
I just disagree with your forecasting, Sam. I don't agree with it. I think it's a bigger risk.
Do you want to look at actuarial tables?
Right? Jesus fucking Christ. He's so stupid. Yeah. What? No, it's about an equal risk that the moon falls into Lake Michigan and that these 2 80-year-old cancer cases die. It's about the same level of risk. Like the likelihood is about the same. Blah, 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 blah. I'm Jimmy Dore.
For the life expectancy of an 80-year-old man who's had multiple cancers?
Sam, I can right now get you a great deal on term life insurance, and you know that's the best insurance there is.
I have term.
See? You know it. Sam, this is about me being better looking, isn't it?
I mean, listen, it's not funny to me, and that's the problem. Is that it is not funny to me. I think it's really dangerous.
What is dangerous? That people vote their conscience?
No, and see, that is a thing. Jimmy Dore does treat all politics like it's a comedy. He's just like, there's not any real danger here. You can just do whatever you want because it's funny. Meanwhile, there's people who actually give a shit about this stuff.
I think what's dangerous is, honestly, is using your platform and espousing fantastical notions that I think that could be really detrimental to the lives of literally millions of people.
Did you say this about MSNBC when they were pushing the Hillary Clinton candidacy?
Yeah.
Did you say that they were irresponsible?
Yeah. Well, I don't. I mean, I disagreed with them.
Yeah, but you didn't say they were just irresponsible and reckless and all that stuff to use their platform to tell people to vote for Hillary Clinton.
I don't watch it that often. The only show I watch is Hayes, and I don't think he was doing that.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that if somehow if somebody disagrees with you to the left, they're irresponsible.
You're not disagreeing with me to the left. You're not disagreeing with me. We're not disagreeing on ideology. We're disagreeing on the way politics works.
Yeah, exactly. He's not disagreeing on ideology. He's disagreeing because he doesn't actually understand how anything fucking works. Sam does. Sam's been in this game a long time. Jimmy has been making jokes about this for a long time. And so what he did was left the Young Turks and began being a joke constantly about politics. If you want to watch Jimmy Dore, just make sure you understand that he is just putting on a comedy routine and nothing he says is actual serious political analysis.
We're disagreeing on tactics.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And the people who disagree with me gave us frickin' Hillary Clinton. Geniuses. Fucking geniuses, Sam. So anybody who's supporting someone who gave full-throated support to the Iraq War, I don't need your advice on how to vote.
Well, I'm not advising you on how to vote, Jimmy.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to anybody.
Well, I mean, but you can make this about, about your own personal affront that you feel and insults that you feel. But that's not what it's about.
It is insulting that anybody who is for somebody other than the main two parties you try to dismiss them or you try to marginalize them. Not you, but you also, yes, but the mainstream establishment press also does that. They've been, they're still calling Jill Stein. She's in bed with Putin now, and she's anti-bad. All this stuff. The same thing I did to Bernie. Bernie was a sexist. Bernie was a misogynist. It's just ridiculous, right? So you get to vote for a third party. That's what democracy is all about, Sam. You get to have a choice. And this idea that you can't vote for a third party until a lot of people are already voting for it is an F argument, okay? And there's a reason why we don't have justice for it.
People can vote. People can vote. Nobody, listen. You're making the same argument that that right wingers make. Like you're trying to censor my speech. You can vote any way you want.
Yeah, Sam. Again,
you're just.
I
mean,
really
this is all about some type of a personal affront, and I don't care. I don't care about anybody's feelings in this. I don't care if people feel marginalized.
Right.
I don't care. It's not. That's not what this is about.
Well, I know it's about that you feel like somebody who has a different political opinion. Everybody who's in the Green Party is reckless to you.
No, that's not the case.
Just me?
No, I don't think that you're reckless because of your support of the Green Party. I think you're reckless because of the way that you're articulating tactics and the idea that you're dismissive of the Supreme Court, and you're basically not providing any context for the plan that you have that this is going to long-term work out well for people. I mean, just in the past 5 months, we've seen the importance of having even a split Supreme Court in terms of enfranchising hundreds of thousands of voters, in terms of maintaining the existence of public sector unions. I mean,
I agree. Sam, I agree with you on this. It's very important. The Supreme Court is so that's a straw man. I don't think it's not important. I think it is very important. And I laid out my strategy for how the Democrats could fight. Now, you laid out a strategy for how the Democrats could roll over. And that's just the difference between me and you. And I think yours is complacent. It's establishment.
How do you know on day one?
Thinking.
How do you know on day one, Mitch
fear.
McConnell? Wait a second. How do you know on day one, Mitch McConnell won't change the rules to get rid of the filibuster for Supreme Court justices?
Hey, how do you know on the first day Hillary won't bomb Syria with a nuclear weapon?
Well, all right.
How do you know?
I also don't know that the moon won't fall into the Lake Michigan.
Right.
But you know what? I mean, honestly, Jimmy, to make those analogies, I think is indicative, and people can judge for themselves. People can judge for themselves. If people think that it is so far-fetched that Mitch McConnell will take the next step and get rid of filibusters or change the threshold for filibusters for Supreme Court nominees so that Donald Trump can get his nominee through, is the same as Hillary Clinton sending a nuclear weapon to Syria. If people genuinely think the chances of those are the same, they can assess that.
So every crazy, fearful scenario you can concoct in your fear-riddled brain is accurate and makes sense. Right? That to you. Every crazy
No.
Every time I say
People,
something, you move the goalposts once again. What if Mitch McConnell does this? What if there's two Supreme Court justices?
The point is the risk assessment that you're making doesn't actually include any awareness of how politics work, Jimmy.
Yeah. Oh.
True. So Jimmy Dore is just advocating, just like get people to vote for a third party. Now, keep in mind, he gets people to advocate. He advocates to get people to vote for a third party, which not necessarily bad in and of itself as a baseline. But uh, I had to pull this up just so you know. Now, what is this? It's called Duverger's Law. Now, in political science, Duverger's Law holds that single ballot plurality rule elections, such as first past the post, structured with single member districts, tend to favor a two party system. And if you scroll down here, how does it work? Okay, so you have a two party system often develops in a plurality voting system, also referred to as first past the post. Right? In this system, voters have a single vote which they cast for a single candidate in their district in which only one legislative seat is available. In plurality voting, in which the winner of the seat is determined purely by the candidate with the most votes, several characteristics can serve to discourage the development of third parties and reward the two major parties. Verger argued that there were two mechanisms whereby plurality voting systems led to fewer major parties. One, small parties are disincentivized to form because they have a great difficulty winning seats or representation, and two, voters are wary of voting for a smaller party whose policies they actually favor because they do not want to waste their votes on a party unlikely to win a plurality, and therefore tend to gravitate to one or two of the major parties as more likely to achieve a plurality, win the election, and implement policy. Because the first past the post system gives only the plurality winner in each district a seat, a party that consistently comes in second or third in many or more districts will not gain any seats in the legislature, even if it receives a substantial minority of the vote. This puts geographically thinly spread parties at a significant disadvantage to geographically concentrated ones with the same overall level of public support. An example of this is the Liberal Democrats in the United Kingdom, whose proportion of seats in the legislature is significantly less than their proportion of the national vote. The Green Party of Canada is another example. The party, and these are parliamentary systems even. But a third party can only enter the arena if it can exploit the mistakes of a pre-existing major party, ultimately at that party's expense, which you can't really do. I mean, if you're trying to take down the Republican or the Democratic Party, you're not going to be able to do that at this point. For example, the political chaos in the United States immediately preceding the Civil War allowed the Republican Party to replace the Whig Party as the progressive half of the American political landscape. It's preceding the Civil War. Loosely united on a platform of countrywide economic reform and federally funded industrialization, the decentralized Whig leadership failed to take a decisive stance on the slavery issue, effectively splitting the party along the Mason-Dixon line. Southern rural planters initially attracted the prospect of federal infrastructure and schools, aligned with the pro-slavery Democrats, while urban laborers and professionals in the northern states, threatened by the sudden shift in political and economic power and losing faith in the failing Whig candidates, flocked to the increasingly vocal anti-slavery Republican Party. In the countries that use proportional representation, a two-party system is less likely, especially in countries where the whole country forms a single constituency, as it does in Israel, along with low electoral thresholds to obtain office. Now, yes, it's not absolute. However, since 1987, no party has been able to control the House of Representatives in the Philippines, in India, in Canada. Yeah, but no, we have eliminated entirely because all of these examples of counters have a lot of other parties that are vying for power, and we don't have that. And creating a bunch of other parties right now at this point with the stranglehold over politics that the Democratic and Republican parties have had since right after the Civil War, every election cycle that tightens their grip. Every election cycle. How many election cycles have there been since the Civil War, everybody? The answer is a lot, because I'm not calculating that out. There's been a lot.
Yes, it does, Sam. And I just gave you my.
And if you wanted everybody to back a third party as it is, which you would need to get all the progressives to back a third party, why would you then go off and make another party when we have the Green Party that we could have been backing? But no, you had to do the People's Party or whatever, which is super fucking larpy. I don't know.
My position, and you can't really refute it except you come up with some new fear scenario. So the scenario is the Democrats can filibuster. Right now, the Republicans aren't even giving the guy a hearing. So the fact is that can happen, but you want to roll over. It's a weak, it's spineless Democrats.
The Republicans are not filibustering now. They're just not bringing up a nomination.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. They own the House and Senate. They just refuse to bring up the nomination. The Democrats can't filibuster if they don't, at least not for very long, because the nuclear option exists on major legislation that they need to pass. So they can just do that. That's a can of worms that the Democrats opened themselves. Now it's coming back to bite them in the ass. So maybe Jimmy Dore really doesn't understand anything about politics.
They're not filibustering.
Without batting an eye. Without batting an eye, they won't fill that seat. And I'm saying the Democrats could do the same thing. And you're saying they won't.
Look at the polling of the Democratic Party. Look at the polling of the Democratic Party. The Democratic voters don't want their senators to do that. Republican voters do. Do you think that means nothing?
Oh, say it again.
If you look at polling as to actions of Democratic senators versus Republican senators, Republicans don't want compromise. Republican voters. Democratic voters do. Now, you and I may not agree with that, may not want Democratic voters to compromise, but that's what they do. Politicians react to what voters want.
We all know they don't.
They do in this instance.
We know
they
that.
do. We do know they do that, right? We do know that because we've never seen, Democratic politicians come out and say, "I won't compromise my principles. I wonn't compromise."
I'm writing this down. I'm going to write this down. Sam Seder says that Congress responds to the will of voters. This is a new one.
Well, all right.
That's a new one because we know it's been proven scientifically, Sam, that that's not true. That's why we already live in an oligarchy, Sam. We already know that. You don't know that? Haven't you read those articles?
No, I've interviewed all those people, Jimmy. Look, let me tell you something.
I'm sorry, what?
I've interviewed all those people who wrote those articles.
Oh, so you know this?
Yeah, I do know this. Now, Jimmy, look.
Are you ignoring it?
People can assess whether or not your plan, I'll let you lay it out one more time without any interruption. How's this going to work? Donald Trump gets elected, and then tell me who controls the Senate and the House, and then what happens going forward.
So, but I just want to make sure you're standing by that Congress is influenced by voters.
I know that Democratic politicians project that they will compromise, and Republicans don't, and because their voters want those things.
Okay.
And there's no big money. There's no big money interests that are on the other side of that. And so that Martin Gillard's research that you're talking about shows that the only time that money trumps is when it's contested. And money doesn't give a shit about whether or not Republicans put on a face that they're not going to compromise and obstruct. And money doesn't give a shit whether or not Democratic politicians compromise. They don't care about that. They care about their issues. So go back, read that Gillen stuff, and understand it better. But give your plan.
So you're
people
saying
can assess it.
That I'm misinterpreting that Congress actually
No,
is
you read the
responsive to
top
voters.
line. But give your plan.
I'm saying,
give your plan so that people can assess it, and we'll let them decide.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's kind of the Jimmy Dore method. That's actually a lot of people's method, is reading a headline and then maybe the first, the opening. And that's it.
So okay, so we didn't settle that issue. We'll move on to the next.
Didn't settle that issue. It sounds like I interviewed the people. I've read the entire thing. Here's what it actually says. And Jimmy's like, so we didn't settle that. What?
One. My plan is that the if you're an environmentalist, if you want to re-regulate Wall Street, if you're for less war, if you're for fighting climate change, if you're against fracking, if you're in that movement, that the Democratic Party offers you a graveyard, that you're going to have to fight those same people. So I agree with Chris Hayes and Ben Howe from RedState.com that if Donald Trump is president, he fractures the Republican Party. Paul Ryan is not going to usher through his agenda. He's such an incompetent. There will be all nothing but scandal, 100%. He will be ineffectual. He won't be able to get anything done. And in 2 years, we flipped the Congress, we flipped the Senate to Democrat. We could do it right now if Hillary was a little smarter. Number two, and then in 4 years we get a real Democrat instead of a fake liberal who's going to push Republican policies. And as far as the Supreme Court goes, right now I've already laid it out a million times. Right now, I say the Democrats can do what the Republicans are doing. I know they're not filibustering, but what they're doing is they're not filling the seat on purpose. And you think that the public opinion will have make them compromise anyway. I'm saying that we can do what the Republicans are doing. You're advocating for more spineless liberalism and roll over and take it. I'm saying let's fight the power now because we're going to have to fight the power no matter what. We're going to have to fight Hillary to get rid of more wars. We're going to have to fight Hillary to get rid of fracking. We're going to have to fight Hillary to re-regulate Wall Street. So that's my position. I appreciate you letting me make it, and I understand that you think I'm uninformed. And I don't think that of you. I think you're very informed. I think we just disagree. And I was kidding. I think you're more handsome than me.
Well, I think we look very similar.
No, Jimmy Dore and Sam Seder do not look very similar. Especially like 4, 5 years later. No. Sam actually still looks great. And Jimmy did not age as well. And, yeah. They don't look all that similar. But Jimmy's analysis is just so piss poor. Did you see that? He gets fucking shredded here.
Frankly, and I know we buy all our clothes and get our glasses at the same place. I mean, I think it's people would have trouble picking us out of a lineup. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think. I mean, there it is. I mean, people can assess whether or not the chances of the Democrats taking back the Senate in 2 years, whether or not Democrats, it would be nice if they did a unprecedented filibuster for 2 years and that there's no danger of other Supreme Court justices passing away and that at a time where there will be no major election of a reality show star to attract people's attention away from their preventing a fifth justice from ninth justice from sitting on the court and perhaps an eighth justice from sitting on the court. All that would be wonderful if that were the case. And it would be great if a Republican Senate and House and President passed no legislation and didn't in any way harm climate change, didn't reverse the Paris Accords, as small as a step in the right direction as they may be, or into things like, I don't know, FDA regulations, EPA regulations, education regulations. That would be great if all that happens. And for your sake, you know, I hope you're right, that all those things do happen.
And I hope you're right I hope I'm right too. I'm not, again, I'm not saying, I'm saying I'm taking a calculated risk. And when the choices are Hillary and Donald Trump, I'm not telling anybody to vote for Donald Trump, by the way. I'm saying if you want to hold your nose and vote for Hillary, that's okay too. I'm just letting people know that there's another work out. That's what I'm saying. And that all the pundits who thought they knew everything about everything are the ones who led us to this position right now. All the pundits who've been screwing over working people for 30 years.
I'm a pundit who thinks he knows everything about everything, and I don't feel like I'm responsible for where we are right now.
No, I've been telling people it's mostly Sam Seder.
Well, as long as they spell my name right, then that'll work out. Well, Jimmy, I appreciate your calling in, and you know,
nobody at all actually spells Sam Seder's name right. What? I have to know.
We should probably just get to this, and I should
Just give me the 5 minutes on this one.
just cop to it right up front. We will get to our phone calls in a bit. Let me just sign into the. Where are we here? What happened to that? Oh, here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that many of you are aware that back in the day, as it were, I was a performer. This video has been unearthed from the show entitled Pajama Jam, the Midnight Pajama Jam. This was a show put on by John Benjamin. You'll notice John Benjamin and John Glazer in this show. At the time, I was.
That name seems very John Benjamin-y.
And yeah, okay. The thing here is he didn't ever want to be called H. John Benjamin, but somebody just like forced him to, and as a like executive decision or whatever. And so Sam is actually his friend, so he just calls him John Benjamin instead of H. John Benjamin.
Is that just your guys the Pajama Jam?
Yes, that was a John Benjamin production. I think people can read about that. I think Vulture did a story on his failed kids show. And at the time, I was in between gigs, and I was doing what a lot of people do, is exploit some of their physicality for money. And I didn't do too well, to be honest. There is not the market for this type of performance that one would expect. However,
I have to know.
Did perform this professionally for a couple years. I didn't, like I said, I didn't do too well, but I was recruited to do this performance at Midnight Pajama Jam. I think this was probably 20 years ago.
Fucking cabs, though.
That's really gross sounds.
So gross.
Yeah. Yeah. That was my stage name at the time. That was my stage name, and so that was the famous Cav dance. That was part of the
He
Midnight
had fucking
Pajama
calves,
Jam.
though. Jesus.
Why do they look like, greased up chickens?
Well, because they were greased up, and at the time I had chickens implanted into my calves. So that's why they look like that.
I mean that looks like the precursor to the butt implants that we're seeing these days, right?
Oh, God.
I
No,
think,
that's just how you look when you're jacked.
Old school majority.
All right, so yeah, that was a very interesting video. Not sure how I feel about that. Right wing cope. Right wing cope. Are we in for it? Are we in for it? No, actually, it's 9:22. I've been streaming for 3 hours now. So you know what that means? Do you know what that means? Dab. Ah, fuck me. I'm gonna take myself a short break. After I load up. But I am going to take myself a short break. And if you're tuning in, you're going to hear some music that I did personally. And then there'll be a transition when I come back. I just made. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in so far, everybody. I really do appreciate it. Something else that I would appreciate is if you slap that like button. Yeah, slap that like button. But as I speak, I will be back in a little bit.
The kid's too smart to ever learn. Too on fire to feel the burn of desires all around him. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself anymore. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself anymore. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself anymore. What's the difference between the life we choose and the life we dream? Love is too hot to let it freeze. Life's too short to know its needs. Learn the symbols. Don't just do what's simple. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself anymore. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself anymore. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself anymore. It's not enough. It's not enough to fool yourself
All right, yeah, we're back with the good shit. Wait, what? Slide shot for the range masterwork. Corkscrew rifling. That might actually be something. Well, what we're running right now is this. So, I'll go over the build. Turn that in. Fuck, I didn't turn that all in time, did I? Nope, one bowing. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna play a couple of games. I'm gonna join him. I'm gonna join him. He's probably going to try and join me. I already know it. God, is that... That actually picks up on the microphone? Holy shit. Fire team is matchmaking. Okay, well, fine. Let's just jump into a game, and I will thusly explain the build. Alright, so I got myself a shotgun, because, you know, it's a shotgun. I'm terrible at this game as it is, but I just remembered I never did the Destiny thing. Not this Destiny, the Steven Destiny. I can do that while I'm playing. Alright, so there was a debate that Destiny had with his chat at one point, and they were talking about how billionaires can just get loans instead of liquidating assets, or liquidating assets, and that allows them to, like, evade paying taxes and shit on it. And he's like, why would they do that? That's stupid. They have to pay interest on the thing. Blah, 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 blah. Well, the interest that they pay is, like, super fucking reduced because of how much money they actually have, how much collateral they have to put up. And so, like, their interest rate is locked in at super extra low, and they buy the thing, and then they can just pay off the thing, like, with the interest out of their bank. It's just instant. Boom. Done. So, I was actually listening to people talk about that, and it was like economists and stuff, and they're like, yeah, billionaires and shit. Hell, a report was leaked from the IRS, and they're like, yeah, the billionaires can literally just do these things and get loans and this shit and that shit, and they don't have to ever actually liquidate their assets, and they gain more money over and over and over, and they pay nothing in taxes because they don't have to pay taxes on loans, and everything they buy is in loans that accrues them money, and they pay off the loans. And then they can get write-offs for devalued assets and taking losses. So, Destiny was completely wrong. Like, why would they do that? There's literally no reason to do it. And if you think about it for a little bit, and you know how like interest rates and shit work, damn, I didn't get him. But yeah, if you think about how interest rates in the economy actually work for like 5 seconds, instead of after your adrenaline stops pumping from him yelling and people yelling at each other, that makes absolute perfect sense. Billionaires know how to fuck around with money and finances a lot because they have so many accountants who know how to fuck around with money and finances. I got one. I did not get it. I did not get DC Patriot, but I got the other one. And that's fine. Reply to a text. Shit's funny. We're gonna get stomped, I think. And of course, DC Patriot has no skill and just runs around in shoulder charges. I fucking hate shoulder charge, but I have a shotgun, so I should be a little bit more prepared to counteract. I didn't get the shotgun off in time. Fuck. I had it out. I jumped and tried to aim for the shotgunner who was coming, but it didn't work. Ooh. I got melted there. That's not good. No Time to Explain does put in a lot of work. People just kind of sleep on it. We got B. They're pushing C and B to try and keep hold of it. Whoa, that's aimbot. Mid blink, he's fucking... Nah, that's some bullshit. They have C. Swing away. No, you're not killing me twice. Oh, that's salvage a salvo from around the corner. Bro, you were coming at me with a super. I mean, yeah, we're getting steamrolled. Wait, they didn't die from that? What? Yeah, that sounds about right. First game of the day. Alright.
No, not this time.
Nobody got hit with it.
Zones is the only path to victory.
Hard light, in a 6v6, it's actually kind of meh. Also, like I said, first game of the day. I am not good at this game. Despite how much I've played it, you know, you'd think I'd do something the fuck else, but... No. I don't. If I really wanted to be a dick, I could do this, and I'd be almost guaranteed to get a lot of grenades and whatnot. Or this is actually really effective. Or this with a sniper. I'm bad with snipers, but you know. But I think this and this, or get out of that thing. We're gonna start off like this. We're gonna run around with the Hawk Moon. Oh, I never did actually explain the build. So we're using the Verity's Brow, which got changed around a bit, so the energy weapon kills grant death throws, which provide a bonus to damage of grenades and grants you grenade energy. When you have death throws active and you throw a grenade in your teammates, they get a recharge on their a boosted recharge on their grenade for a little bit, depending on how many stacks you have. So if I can kill 2 people with my shotgun and then throw my grenade near my teammate, they get like 50% of their grenade back, and in some cases that's just great for us, and it builds us momentum. Ah, it's a fucking melee. Simpin Bungo fan. #1 Simpin Bungo fan. Seems about right. Fuck, they got me and I missed my shotgun. This is not good. We are just gonna get fucked. Guys, you actually have to tap zone. And, yeah, nope. Guys. Everybody. Get on the fucking ball, you dumbasses. You have to try and cap these. Ah, fuck! My shotgun missed. Angles. I did not land where I fully anticipated. I missed? How? That was right on? I don't know. Ah, god damn it! Fellwinter. Which I'm using, but his was better.
Zone C captured. You have advantage.
What? That's someone to watch.
Enemy has advantage.
They're gonna fucking mercy us. I'll take it. Kill them with the grenade. I need to kill somebody with the fucking shotgun and actually get this perk rolling. Come on.
Captured Zone B. Zone advantage is yours.
I thought I got around it. Damn it. That's... Dude, this guy's hacks as fuck. What the hell? Oh my god. Nobody knows how the fuck to engage anymore. No, dude, what the fuck ever? That's aimbot shit. Do you see that? Literally every single time that it could be possible. Fuck you, you aimbotting piece of shit.
Zone B captured. You have zone advantage.
Yeah, there's the attempt again. Neil got down. Good shit. I'll take that. I don't know how he killed me from that far, but, you know.
5 minutes.
I just shot him point blank. There's no way. There's no fucking way. This Evo Prime is hacked as fuck, dude. I think Neil is also sus, but not hacked.
They have advantage.
Just like bad connection. Fuck you, Con. You hack piece. How? What happened? How?
Zone B captured. You have zone advantage.
Not happening. Wait, my helmet didn't go? There's Neil again with the double body shots and the Eye of Soul, and then, yeah. Not a great performance, everybody. Kill him! What the fuck, y'all? Why do you stand there and wait? Did you just literally jump up and aim? Ow. Feedback sense, of course. How does this motherfucker always have, like, extra supers?
Zone B lost. They have advantage.
Get fucking domed, nerd.
Zone B. You have advantage.
Wow, I had to reload.
Zone B lost. They have advantage. They've almost won.
The one shot. That's a disgusting combo. It is true that the top tree Dawnblade is the best subclass to play in the game, and I probably could run it to great effect with top tree. The Verity's Brow. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, we're gonna fucking win this, but... What? I shot him first! Who is that guy?
To hold those zones. Maybe next time, Guardian.
Going up against fucking MLG players over here with their goddamn hack connections. Oh, I got the second worst exotic in all of Destiny 2 for the Warlock in this game. I have not found this thing to be particularly good. Now, it is true that this is a better way to go about it, you know, and then you got this, which is phenomenal. I'll go ahead and do this, because, I mean, I also need to just get better at this fucking game, finally. I've been playing Destiny since 2013. Now, to be fair, if I put on a controller and I put on my normal loadout, I would probably absolutely dominate. But I don't want to use a controller. I want to use mouse and keyboard. But my normal loadout involves the last word. And this sniper is... You may not think it's good. Hear me out. The stability masterwork actually does bring it up a lot so far. Got the freehand grip for if I have to use it up close. It increases my chances of hitting that hip fire shot. You know, you just pop it off. You know, and just, sometimes you get the headshot. Sometimes you get the hip fire body melee. It gets really gross. Hip fire grip does help quite a bit. I've got the Iron Reach, massively improves range at the cost of the stability, but range is target acquisition, which if you have a high enough target acquisition, you can feel it on the mouse and keyboard a little bit. And then Mulligan. If I miss, I have a chance to just get the ammo back. And I could increase my stability by a lot, but I chose I went with the full bore because the increase to the handling speed is negligible. The range seems negligible, while that stability bump is fat. But whatever. This is my baby. This is my steady hand. It's got the Outlaw and the Iron Grip, so it gets massive amounts of stability at the cost of reload speed, but Outlaw makes it not matter. It's got a range master work. I could increase the range even more, but I'd lose stability and stuff, and I get a tiny amount of range for that, and it's not really worth it unless you're completely capping out your range, which you cannot do with this gun.
No zone means no victory. Take them and crush your enemies.
Obsidian Aspects is technically the top tier thing, but I want to try it an interesting loadout.
Enemy claims zone A. Zone B captured. You have advanced.
Flying high in the sky over here. Got him. I can continue getting kills.
Captured zone A. Power play. Keep the pressure on.
Hey, I'm actually on the good team this time.
Zone C lost. Zone C captured. That's a power play. You took them. Now.
Aha, I got a stack. God, no, they got away from it. I wanted to see if my grenade would do my damage and what's up. Nula has departed from the map. Whoa. Yeah, I hate that fucking gun. Jeez. They can't get anything. What? Thank you, Dens. That was gnarly. I didn't expect that. Oh. That's gnarly.
Zone C captured. Power play. Keep the pressure on.
God damn it! Right when I get it, I either miss the grenade or I get killed or both.
Zone B captured. You have advanced.
What the fuck? Just the out of nowhere show ups. You know, that's fine.
Zone B lost. What's that you? Zone B captured. You have I've seen enough.
Wait, what? How the fuck?
Victory well executed.
That's not even possible, I thought. Gnarly.
You fight like a demon.
Gnarly.
Bring
I had
your
no
friends.
idea.
I need more like you.
What was that person using? Not Stompy Capri's. they weren't even using it. Jeez. Okay. Well. All right, everybody. I'm gonna see if I can do it. So it is probably smarter to use a hand cannon. This is such a good helmet. Alright, so this is the quote-unquote meta loadout right now. And I understand why. I mean, it's a good loadout. Don't really have a whole lot to say about it outside of it. Stats are kind of meh on it. High-ass resilience. I'm trying to remember why my resilience is so high. Wouldn't I want discipline? Actually, no. I'm gonna go with the 900 IQ play. Take that off. Dump that on. Then we'll put, I don't know, fucking, what do we got? Just because that's a thing. Alright.
Control.
Yeah, this seems like the right play, you know? That's a cold heart.
Show me you can take ground. Hold the zone.
God damn. You see that snappiness? Because I don't need quick draw on my shit. What'd it do? Poorly. But it's alright. I'm trying stuff. Yeah. I tried to join you earlier, but you were just losing the game and then getting into another one. That was a nice ass placement. Fuck me. Hey, that was luck. It was a love bag. I'm getting killed by Tanix at the disco. I try to haven't you people ever heard of giving me goddamn whores? I got fucked again by Tanix at the disco. I don't know if I can get demonetized for singing like 5 seconds of a song, and if I can, they need to change that shit because I'm singing 5 seconds of a parody. Haha. That was a beautiful play. Alright. No, don't do that. Fuck! God, no! You finally got a kill, you stupid! I'm so bad. How am I this bad? I'm not using controller still, by the way. Still not. No, I had him right in my sights and I didn't pull the trigger quick enough. Fuck me! I need to up them reaction times. I pulled the trigger there. What the fuck? Why did my gun not go off? Jump for it again. Jump for it again. Jump again. I dare you. A double dog dare you. Jump again. Oh, shit, they're on. Yep, that was bait. I shouldn't have fallen for it. We are getting denominated. Got him. Can't aim for fuck. Oh, he got me. No. Alright, nerd. What? Do you want to Agni Kai? Come on. Come on, step to it. I couldn't get it out fast enough. I couldn't pull it out. Not in time. I thought I could get out of there. Wait, I gotta remember I have an Icarus dash. What the fuck am I doing? I'm playing like a fucking giblet. Come on. No, it was the daybreak that I didn't notice. Oh my god, I thought I had him with a... Did I just step out of a chaos reach out of sheer luck? That's gotta make him mauled. What? That was right where he was. Oh, I was getting shot from multiple angles. I was getting the double penetration. I gotta remember that's something that I do. I do not play this class optimally, to be completely honest. In any sense of the word. Yes, Panix was killed by a well of radiance while he was in his behemoth, you loser. Okay, yeah. Multiple shots with that can kill me. I'm glad that I don't put that I'm, like, a YouTuber in my name so that people don't just look me up while I'm streaming. my man. And he's just rocking and rolling with that. Let's fucking go. Alright. This is real gamer hours right now. This is where I become absolutely god tier, because I remembered that I have all these abilities that I don't ever fucking use while I play this class. Look at that. Look at that. Honestly should just
Maybe next time, Guardian.
for the purposes of this subclass, I probably should just run Icarus grip on it. The hipfire shots aren't worth it. Hang back if things run at me. I've got the last word, and I've got the Ophidian aspects. I should be fine. Now, this subclass, for those of you who do not know, you know what? Let's just do this as a live comp. Alright, everybody. Today what we're doing is we're actually just trying a pretty meta loadout. Now, I'm not using a controller. I am using mouse and keyboard. As you can see, here's the S, W. You can tell. See? All mouse buttons and shit. So I'm using the last word on mouse and keyboard, not as meta or broken as it is on a controller. There is a there's a lucky video that goes over it. And he shows you exactly, exact same aiming spot and everything, reticle in the exact same position, headshots on every single one from a controller, and they register as body shots on the mouse and keyboard, so you actually have to be more precise with mouse and keyboard. I've got my sniper, which I'm getting better at. Overall, I still am terrible at this game, but, you know, I'm getting better at these. And I'm running the Ophidian aspects to beef up the handling of both of those, the reload speed, and it makes my top tree stuff shoot further, which is nice, even though they already go really far. I'm running Fusion Grenade, although I could run any of them. It doesn't matter that much, because I'm mostly eating them to improve my in-air accuracy. You get the Icarus Dash, you get Celestial Fire and stuff. You can shoot while in the air, and then you get your melee sends out 3 spirally bolts of fire that lightly track onto enemies that they get near, which is nice.
Take those zones, Guardian. Victory demands it.
This is absolutely not a sniping map. Got a there. Shot, hang on. Oh, no, I didn't get it. Hey, I'm actually doing pretty fucking decent this match. I did not do well last match. The team can attest to this. So, this is a very bad map for this loadout, so we're probably going to go ahead and get 2 games into this live comp. Fuck me. But it's okay, because now I've got a sword. What? What? Yeah, look at... No. That's That's hack shit right there. Hell no. How did none of those last words up there hit him at the end? Oh my god. That's a bottom dollar. Yeah, this dude is sus, though. I don't trust that. How the fuck did he not die from any of the stuff that I did? Too scared to debate. Send tweet. Get overwhelmed. Let me get some energy off you. Alright. Oh, I didn't drop for some reason. Fucking great job there. Whatever. Yeah, see, Aeon, an American gamer, I find stuff. Aeon just, he pounced. I literally just caught him dead on in my tornado. God damn it. Yeah, I just had to get out of there somewhere. Somebody's got a really bad connection, and I think it's the host. Fuck me. Yeah, look at him too. Like Dins is on another one, but hey, I'm doing all right this game. So yeah, this is a really terrible map to try and showcase like an aerial sniper playstyle. Best I can do is die a lot to bad connection Aeon and people absolutely doming me over and over. Rex left this debate. How am I defending? I was defending it all by myself. Putting in fucking work, holding off like 4 people. Oh, step in my way, please. Fuck. He got in. even though it was not a very good map for this, I still think I showed pretty well how you can do. I may actually do worse in the next match. Yeah, see, look at that. I got a lot of kills, kinda. At least a decent number of assists. The entire purpose is to be able to stay airborne, but in a map this size, I did not feel like eating my grenade to stay in the air longer, because there's not really much of the in the air that I could do. So here we are. I'll probably do a second video segment for the next one. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll end this one here like this. And then we trim it down after we trim that little segment out there at the end. And whenever we actually start loading into another game, I think I will pop back on the thing and start to reassess the build. But in the meantime, how is everybody doing over here? Doing all right? Having a good time? Chilling, laughing at how bad I am at this game, because it's true. I'm fucking terrible. But I mean, you know, I understand. Not good. Not very good. If you've been enjoying laughing at me, why don't you hit that like button? You know, treat it like you would someone who stole money from you, and just hit it. Eh? God, are we actually gonna even get? Okay, searching 12 of 12, please. All right, sweet. So while I load in, I can explain some of the strengths and weaknesses of the build. So some of the strengths and weaknesses I've noticed in this build are that, well, let's start with the strengths. You've got, honestly, you can run the Empowering Rift over the Healing Rift, it doesn't really matter. You've got the ability to stay in the air. You've got really good in-air accuracy, so you can use things that keep you away from combat, like sniper rifles, like some scout rifles, some pulse rifles, and stuff like that, depending. You have the ability to dodge out of the way with the Icarus Dash. You have a really long-range melee, especially with the Ophidian aspects increasing your range some. But the downside is you're not very good on inside maps without a lot of head space. Like, this actually is decent because you have a lot of head space. But oh god, ace of spades. But outside of that, I mean, you're just in the air, which is an issue in some regards. You're just hanging in the air. Really? What the fuck, game? This is why I don't like, 6-piece. Thank McJeeble. Alright. But even in a map like this, where I can get a pretty good jump if I do it right, I just have to make good approaches. And that was just a heavy weapon. Okay, that makes sense. Honestly, it does. Not sarcastic. But yeah, even in a map like this, where I mean, look at this. I can get a good jump with good lines of sight. I can hang out right here for a second. You know, I can look around. Boom. I have a lot of zoom on this sniper, which is one reason people may not like it. But I personally don't have much of an issue. Peek the head. Hey, I'll take it. So, what I'm hoping to do is, actually kind of, I need to kind of stay outside. I need to not worry about B. I need to stay, like, out here. And, like, okay, so they spawn over here or at B. One of those options. And so if I can hang out up somewhere, I want to find a spot that I can stand on that's out here as a peaceful spot. They don't want me to. See, they don't let you get up high enough for that. They don't let you stand on that. So the fight is over B, which I don't care for. So if I just come hang out over here at A for a second. This is actually a very valid use of okay. Hey, that was a good attempt, right? Aeon, yep, okay.
Zone A lost. They have advantage. Zone B.
Okay, good, he died.
You have zone advantage.
Fuck me. Back away. Not a fight I can win. Thank you.
Zone B lost. Enemy has advantage.
Y'all really suck. Come on. Get on it. You're bad. Fuck, I thought that was a headshot. I guess it wasn't. My arch nemesis. Yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna... Oh, fuck me. No. 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 I did the ultimate noob move and fucked up my movement and jumped off the map.
Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Why am I so stupid?
They have advantage.
Ale Mao? Instead of Lamau. I am not giving this build any justice. You should take my word for it. It is top tier. Like, I am just not. Oh my god.
3 minutes.
The last word doesn't do shit on mouse and keyboard, by the way.
Zone advantage is yours.
Thank you, Mulligan.
Zone A lost. Enemy has zone advantage.
What the fuck, game? It's just giving me their fire team of 2 over and over, and Aeon has a bad connection, and I think he is the host of these. Fuck you, you shotgunning piece of shit. Get somewhere. Okay, that was the thing. Kind of should have anticipated that. I didn't. I stuck to my guns and I got one. That's fine. I don't think I used that at all, and I should have. But I didn't have any. I didn't even remember. I even had any chance to use it. Never had a chance. I performed not as well as I should have there, but you know, hey, still not a great map for. It was better. I actually performed way better with the sniper on the Widow's Court, but I'm hoping that that kind of at least lets you know what kind of, you know, the top tier options out there. At least with the logic, maybe not my performance in these 2 games, but the logic behind them. You know, it's a thing. Using your dashes, eating your grenade, which I didn't do in that one either. Eating your grenade to get improved in-air accuracy for your stuff. You could use it with a shotgun. You can use it with a fusion rifle. You can use it with a bow. You can use it with a sniper. With snipers and fusion rifles and stuff, you do at most guns. You want to put Icarus grip on if you're going to do that. If you have an aerial playstyle, anyways, you probably want Icarus grip. It's that good. But yeah, and see if I was running this or this. See, I've got the slide shot, opening shot. I could run. I don't even need surplus because none of this matters. Handling, reload speed, and stability. Reload is sliding, which boosts my range and my stability. Handling is almost maxed out because of Ophidian aspects, adding quick draw to all my guns. Every single one of these has quick draw now, by the way. And snapshot. So this thing has a quick draw, snapshot, slide shot, opening shot, shot package with a full choke and accurate rounds. And this is a quick draw, snapshot, outlaw, iron grip, armor piercing rounds with a range masterwork. Like just think about that. The Ophidian aspects give you phenomenal things. It says ready speed, but it also gives you like ADS speed as well. So it's like swap and ready, swap and ADS, and reload speed. It increases your reload speed. So this outlaw actually acts as if the iron will or the iron grip wasn't there, and so I just reload pretty fast for a 120 if I get a headshot. This is another fun one to use because people just don't expect it. I just put the tracker on there. I'm not going to put the tracker on there, though. I do have it on this. I don't like shotgunning all that much. I find it to be, at least I used to find it to be boring because it didn't take any skill, and as things have progressed in Destiny, shotguns have actually taken more and more skill. Especially with people who like to put aimbots on their shit and snipe so that they don't have to do anything. They just jump into the air and automatically kill everything. I should have ended the video earlier. I'll do a post thing on it. You know, that's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut that segment down. Oh well. I think honestly I'm gonna wrap up this 4-hour stream. So if you've liked what you've seen, hit that like button, subscribe, please. You know, if you want to, but it'd be really appreciated. You know, it's pretty sick, pretty pretty nice of you if you would. And well, I'll see you all later. I hope you